Hello, 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 hello. Sir, hello. സാർ കുറച്ച് ഡിലേ ഉണ്ടാവും അത് നമുക്ക് പറയുമ്പോഴും അവിടെ യൂട്യൂബിൽ ഓൺ ലൈവായി പോകുമ്പോൾ കുറച്ച് ഡിലേ വരും. ഓക്കെ ആണല്ലേ? ആ ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ.
the raising importance of hand surgery in the light of increasing incidences of road traffic accidents and crush injuries, thus making it a topic of utmost importance. We have assembled a distinguished panel of experts who will share their insights, knowledge, and experiences in this field. They'll guide us through a comprehensive exploration of various topics. Towards the end, we'll have a brief question and answer session where you'll have the opportunity to ask questions and engage in a fruitful discussion with our speakers. We encourage active participation from all the attendees. Moreover, we've arranged for networking breaks, enabling you to connect with fellow attendees, exchange ideas, and expand your network. Till then, I kindly request you to keep your cell phones on silent mode to minimize distractions. Without further ado, let's begin our CME with great enthusiasm.
The intricate symphony exploring the anatomy of human hand. I invite our first speaker, Dr. Stalin Worsley, Associate Professor of Department of Anatomy, MMC. He completed his MSc Medical Anatomy from Kastuba Medical College, Manipal, and earned a doctorate in anatomy from Vinayagar Mission Research Foundation, Salem, and has 15 years of teaching experience. He joined in our institution in January this year. He's a very passionate teacher and mentor. Extending a warm welcome to you, sir.
Dignitaries, delegates, and my dear students, good morning. So let's begin this wonderful day with some anatomy. That is, anatomy of human hand. The hand is a prehensile organ. It is used for grasping things and for the precision work. The opposition of thumb to the index finger and to the other digits, it's the highly evolved feature of the mankind. The hand is also acts as a chief tactile apparatus. That is, it consists of more amount of tactile receptors, so hands can even see in the dark. This high ability of the hand is achieved by high representation of hand in the cerebral cortex in the sensory motor area of brain. So hand is divided into two surfaces. One is the palmar surface, another one is dorsal surface. So when we come to the palmar surface, it consists of the skin, which is thick and is devoid of hair follicles and sebaceous gland. And the skin is firmly attached to the underlying deep fascia, that is the palmar aponeurosis, by means of the septa that we call it as skin ligaments. This aids for the skin to get proper grip. The next layer we go for the palmar aponeurosis, and beneath the aponeurosis, we'll get the sets of muscles that you call it as, you'll get the thenar muscles and hypothenar muscles. The central area, it consists of the digital nerves of median and ulnar, and then you'll get the superficial palmar arch. And beneath this, you'll get the tendons, that is the long flexor tendons, that is the flexor digitorum superficialis, and beneath this, it's the flexor digitorum profundus with lumbricals. And you'll get a muscle, which is the adductor pollicis, and you'll get the arch, that we call it as deep palmar arch. Underlying this, you'll get the muscles in the metacarpal space, that we call it as interossei. You'll get the palmar interossei and dorsal interossei. And when we come to the dorsal surface, the skin of the dorsal surface, it's not adherent to the underlying structures, underlying deep fascia. It moves freely, and underneath it, you'll get the long extensor tendons, and between this, you'll get the dorsal venous arch, and then digital nerves of the radial and then ulnar. So first we start with the skeleton of the hand. The skeleton of the hand, it's divided into three parts, that is the carpals, metacarpals, and phalanges. First, we move on to the carpals. Carpals are short bones. We'll get 8 carpal bones arranged in 2 rows. We'll get a proximal row, 4 bones, and distal row, 4 bones. From lateral to medial, proximal row consists of scaphoid, lunate, triquetral, pisiform. And distal row consists of trapezium, trapezoid, capitate, and hamate. And if you consider the individual carpal bone, which is cuboidal in shape and consists of 6 surfaces. Out of the 6 surfaces, that is the palmar surface and the dorsal surface, are non-articular except for tricutal and pisiform. For tricutal, the palmar surface articulates with the pisiform bone, and for pisiform bone, the dorsal surface articulates with the tricutal bone. And thus, this dorsal surface of the carpal bones are extensive when compared to the palmar surface, except for the lunate bone. As the dorsal surface is broader, it forms a convex area towards the palmar surface. So it consists of two pillars. You'll get a lateral pillar and the medial pillar. So the lateral pillar, it's made up of tubercle of scaphoid, and the medial pillar, it's formed by the crust of trapezium. Sorry, lateral pillar is formed by tubercle of scaphoid and crust of trapezium, and the medial pillar is formed by pisiform and hook of hamate. Bridging these two pillars, you will get a retinaculum. This retinaculum, you call it as flexor retinaculum. So flexor retinaculum crossed superficially from medial to lateral side by ulnar nerve, ulnar artery, palmar cutaneous branch of the ulnar nerve, palmaris longus tendon, palmar cutaneous branch of median nerve, and then superficial branch of radial artery. And deep to the flexor retinaculum, this we call it a carpal tunnel. Just deep to that, you'll get the median nerve, and you'll get the ulnar bursa covering the tendons of flexor digitorum superficialis and flexor digitorum profundus. And you'll get the radial bursa, which covers the flexor pollicis longus. And the tendon of flexor carpi radialis passes through the groove in the trapezium between the superficial and deep slip of flexor retinaculum. When it comes to the joints of the carpal bones, the proximal bones forms a ovoid-shaped articular surface which articulates with the radius and then articular disc of the inferior radial joint and forms the wrist joint. And then the distal area of the distal articular surface of the proximal row articulates with the distal carpal bones and forms a convexo-concave articular surface that you call it as mid-carpal joint. And the distal articular surface of the distal row of carpal bones articulates with the metacarpal bones, which forms the carpo-metacarpal joint. The first carpo-metacarpal joints, that is, for the thumb, which has the separate joint cavity for its free movement. Next, we come to the metacarpal bone. The metacarpal bones are miniature long bones. It consists of a diaphysis and then epiphysis. The epiphysis of all the metacarpal bones are directed towards the distal end, except for the first metacarpal bones. If you consider the parts of the metacarpal bones, it consists of a head, shaft, and a base. The heads of the metacarpal bones, that we call it as knuckles. The shaft consists of two surfaces. You'll get the palmar surface and the dorsal surface. And palmar surface, you'll get a ridge, that is the longitudinal ridge. The base of the metacarpal bones articulates with the carpal bones. And phalangeal bones, we'll get 14 phalangeal bones, that is 3 phalanges for second to fifth digits, and we'll get 2 phalanges for the first digit. So the phalanges are named, that is proximal, middle, and distal. And each phalanx consists of, from proximal to distal, base, shaft, and head. The base of the first proximal phalanx articulates with the head of the metacarpal bone and forms the metacarpophalangeal joint. And head of the proximal phalanx and head of the middle phalanx articulates with the adjacent phalanges. And then the head of all the phalanges are articular, that is the proximal and the middle phalanges articular, and head of the distal phalanx is non-articular, and anteriorly it forms a horseshoe-shaped tuberosity which gives attachment to the pulp of the finger. And posterior surface of the distal phalanx, that is the end of the distal phalanx, which is smooth and then covered by nail. The posterior surface of proximal and then middle phalanx covered by a structure that is posteriorly, dorsally covered by a structure that we call it as dorsal digital expansion. The dorsal digital expansion, it's triangular in shape with a base directed proximally and then apex directs distally. The base covers the head of the metacarpal bone and then apex trifurcates and then the central band of the apex attached to the base of the middle phalanx and then two lateral branches unites and then inserted to the base of the distal phalanx. And then the margins of the dorsal digital expansion are thickened. Laterally, you'll get the attachment of lumbrical muscle distally and then proximally by the interossei. Medially, you'll get the attachment of the interossei muscle. The attachment of the muscles that is to the digital expansion, that we call it as wing tendons. Then the muscles of the hand. The muscles of the hand, you can divide the muscles of the hand into two parts, that is the intrinsic muscles and extrinsic muscles. The intrinsic muscles, as we know earlier, this is the thenar, hypothenar, lumbricals you'll get, and interossei, that is the palmar and dorsal interossei. The thenar muscle, you'll get three thenar muscle, abductor pollicis brevis, flexor pollicis brevis, and opponens pollicis. These thenar muscles takes the origin from the lateral pillar, that is the tubercle of scaphoid and crust of trapezium, and from the flexor retinaculum. And flexor pollicis brevis has an additional deep slip which takes the origin from the trapezoid and capitate. And the superficial two muscles goes and inserted to the lateral side of base of proximal phalanx of thumb. And then opponens pollicis goes and inserted to the lateral side of shaft of first metacarpal bone. Thus, nerve supply for thenar muscle comes from the median nerve, that is a recurrent branch of median nerve. As the name implies, it abducts, abductor pollicis abducts, flexor pollicis flex, and then opponens helps in flexion. And then you'll get the next muscle that we call it as adductor pollicis. The adductor pollicis consists of two heads separated by the deep palmar arch. You'll get a transverse head and an oblique head. The transverse head arises from the, you'll get the longitudinal ridge from the third metacarpal bone, palmar surface of third metacarpal bone, and then oblique head gets a crescentic shape origin from the bases of second, third metacarpal bone and from the capitate and trapezoid. These two heads fuse together and gets inserted into the medial side of base of the proximal phalanx of thumb. So adductor pollicis, it acts as an adductor of thumb. It is supplied by deep branch of ulnar nerve. And next is the hypothenar muscle. Hypothenar muscle, just like that of thenar muscle, it goes to the fifth digit. You'll get the abductor digiti minimi, flexor digiti minimi, and opponens digiti minimi. All these three muscles takes the common origin from the medial part of the medial pillar and from the flexor retinaculum. Medial pillar, that is the pisiform bone, and then hook of Hammett, and from the flexor retinaculum. And the superficial two muscles, that is the abductor digiti minimi and flexor digiti minimi, goes and inserted to the medial side of the base of the proximal phalanx of fifth digit. And then opponens digiti minimi goes and inserted to the lateral side of the metacarpal bone, fifth metacarpal bone. And as the name implies, it has the action, abduction, flexion, as well as opposition, and also it increases the concavity of the hollow of the hand, okay, just for grabbing the large objects. And the next muscle, this is a part of the muscle that is called panniculus carnosus. So this is called palmaris brevis. This muscle gets inserted to the skin. So it arises from the flexor retinaculum and from the palmar aponeurosus, and then get inserted to the skin on the ulnar border of the hand. So this muscle you call it as palmaris brevis. And then you get the muscles. It's a highly evolved muscle, that is the lumbrical. The lumbrical, it's the worm-like muscle, and it arises from the tendons of flexor digitorum profundus. So you'll get 4 lumbricals numbered from lateral to medial. So the first and second lumbrical or unipinnate muscle arises from the lateral side of tendons of flexor digitorum profundus to the second and third digit. And third and fourth lumbrical or bipinnate muscle arises from the adjacent sides of the tendons to the third, fourth, and fifth digit. So all the lumbricals forms a rounded tendon which passes the metacarpophalangeal joint laterally and goes to the posterior, that is the extensor compartment, and gets inserted to the dorsal digital expansion, through which it's inserted to the base of the middle phalanx and then distal phalanx. So lumbricals, first and second lumbrical supplied by median nerve, and third and fourth lumbrical supplied by ulnar nerve. Sometimes third lumbrical has a dual nerve supply, which gets the nerve supply also from the median nerve. The action of lumbricals, which helps in the flexion of metacarpophalangeal joint and extension of interphalangeal joint. And next, the deep muscle, that is the interossei. You'll get 2 types of interossei, palmar interossei and dorsal interossei. So the interossei muscle helps in the adduction and abduction of digits. The axis of this movement, which passes through the middle finger, so the palmar interossei helps in the adduction of digits. So the origin and insertion of palmar interossei always faces towards the middle finger. So as the first digit, that is the thumb, has its own adductor, so it may not have its palmar interossei, or sometimes if it is present, it will be rudimentary. The first palmar interossei arises from the base of the metacarpal bone and inserted to the medial side of the dorsal digital expansion and then base of the proximal phalanx. And second palmar interossei arises from the medial side of the shaft of the metacarpal bone, second metacarpal bone, and inserted to the medial side of the dorsal digital expansion and to the medial side of the base of the proximal phalanx. And third and fourth palmar interossei arises from the lateral side of the shaft of the fourth and fifth metacarpal bones and then inserted to the base and dorsal digital expansion of corresponding digits. And then next, that is the dorsal interossei muscle. This dorsal interossei fills up the metacarpal space. These are bipinnate muscle, arises from the adjacent sides of the metacarpal bones. And you get the first dorsal interossei, which goes and attached to the lateral side of the first dorsal interossei, goes and attached to the lateral side of the base of the index finger and to the dorsal digital expansion. And second one goes and attached to the lateral side of the base of the proximal phalanx and to the dorsal digital expansion of the middle finger. And third and fourth goes and inserted to the medial side of the dorsal digital expansion and then base of the proximal phalanx of third and fourth digits. This ends up with the intrinsic muscles. We have extrinsic muscles. These are the long flexor tendons and extensor tendons. The long flexor tendons, you'll get the flexor tendons which are confined at the carpal tunnel. You'll get the flexor digitorum superficialis, flexor digitorum profundus, flexor pollicis longus. The flexor pollicis longus passes in between the flexor pollicis brevis and then adductor pollicis and directly reaches the base of the distal phalanx of the thumb. And flexor digitorum superficialis and flexor digitorum profundus. To the each digits, the flexor digitorum superficialis near the base of the proximal phalanx, it splits into 2 and give way for the flexor digitorum profundus tendon, and it unites and again splits and then inserted to the base of the middle phalanx. And flexor digitorum profundus tendon passes between these two and goes and inserted to the base of the distal phalanx. And you'll have few more tendons, that is the flexor carpi radialis and flexor carpi ulnaris. The flexor carpi ulnaris gets inserted to the pisiform bone, and from there you'll get the extension, that is the pisohamate and pisometacarpal extension. And flexor carpi radialis passes through the groove in the trapezium and then gets inserted to the base of second and third metacarpal bone. And you'll get the long extensor tendons, you'll get the extensor muscles here, you'll get extensor carpi radialis longus and brevis gets inserted to the base of the second and third metacarpal bone, and then extensor carpi ulnaris gets inserted to the base of fifth metacarpal bone. And you'll get other extensor tendons goes to the dorsal digital expansion. That is the extensor digitorum, extensor indicis, extensor digiti minimi, or goes to the dorsal digital expansion. And they are interconnected by means of a tendinous band. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those informative words. I kindly request Dr. Beena Nambiar, Professor and HOD, Department of Anatomy, Government Medical College, Kannur, to join us on stage to present the memento to Dr. Stalin Wesley as a token of gratitude for sharing his knowledge. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Hema Harris, Assistant Professor, Department of Anatomy, MMC, for taking forward this talk. Dr. Hema earned her MBBS degree from Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore. Continuing her pursuit of excellence, she completed her MD in Anatomy at Government Medical College, Calicut, where she distinguished herself by securing the second rank in her program. Through her blend of scholarly achievement and genuine kindness, Dr. Hema embodies the ideal teacher, leaving a positive impact on all the students. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to all of you. So I shall take up from where Dr. Stalin has stopped. But before we go into the anatomy proper, I would like to introduce you to a case scenario where a 17-year-old girl, on her way back from work or from school, she fell asleep at the wheels. And she collided, had a roll-on accident, finally ended up in the casualty with an essentially amputated left arm passing through the forearm. So she was rushed to the hospital. She was initially resuscitated and made hemodynamically stable. And then what happened? The plastic surgery team filed in. They had to do emergency revascularization because both the major vessels of her hand were crushed and there was no blood flow. Similarly, because of a lacerated wound at the wrist, the major nerves entering from the forearm to the hand were also cut. So what did the plastic surgery do? They took a flap. They took a flap from the skin around the umbilicus, and then those perforating vessels were used to revascularize the hand. And the nerve grafts were taken from the lower limb to repair the median nerve, ulnar nerve, and the radial nerve. So we can see how important it is to know the vasculature and the innervation of the hand, considering the number of crush injuries as well as road traffic accidents we are meeting day by day. So let us proceed. to the vasculature and innervation of the hand. So the arterial supply is mainly contributed by two major blood vessels. They are the radial artery and the ulnar artery, through an anastomotic arcade called the superficial arch and the deep palmar arch. So we have the superficial palmar arch here and the deep palmar arch here. Let us see how each of these arteries course in the wrist, at the wrist, in the hand, and their branches. So here the brachial artery is dividing into its terminal branches at the neck of the radius, and it divides into a smaller radial artery and a larger ulnar artery. So we will come to the course at the wrist. At the wrist, what happens? The radial artery turns dorsally. The radial artery turns dorsally, and then it enters the anatomical snuff box deep to the abductor pollicis longus and extensor pollicis brevis, and it leaves the wrist by passing through the triangular gap here, triangular gap between the two heads of the first dorsal interossei. And then it enters the palm in between the two heads, that is the transverse head and the oblique heads of the adductor pollicis. Further, it runs medially and forms the deep palmar arch by anastomosing with the deep branch of ulnar artery. Now coming to the radial artery and its branches, this is the distal part where it has taken the dorsal root. So here this is the dorsal root. Before it becomes dorsal, there is a branch arising from the lower part, that's the superficial palmar branch of radial artery. So superficial palmar branch of radial artery passes sometimes through the thenar muscles, sometimes deep to the thenar muscles, and then it most often anastomoses with the superficial palmar branch of ulnar artery to form the superficial palmar arch. The next branch we see is the first dorsal metacarpal artery. First dorsal metacarpal artery is seen in the dorsum of the hand just before the radial artery passes in between the two heads of the dorsal interossei. So this is the first dorsal metacarpal artery, which divides into two and supplies the adjacent sides of the index finger and the thumb. So what about the other dorsal metacarpal arteries? The other dorsal metacarpal arteries will be arising from this arch, that is the dorsal palmar arch. The third, fourth, and fifth will be arising from the dorsal palmar arch, which is also the anastomosis between the radial artery and the ulnar artery. The next two arteries are named arteries, that is the arteria princeps pollicis and arteria radialis indicis. Arteria princeps pollicis is this artery that is going towards the thumb, and this is the major supply to the thumb. It divides into two and supplies both sides of the thumb. Arteria radialis indicis, that is the nerve supply to the radial side, blood supply to the radial side of the index finger. There are different modes of origin of arteria radialis indicis. Most often it arises as a proximal branch from the arteria princeps pollicis. It can also arise directly from the superficial palmar arch, as well as sometimes from the first dorsal metacarpal artery. So these are the various modes of origin of arteria radialis indicis. So these are the branches of the radial artery. Coming to the ulnar artery. Ulnar artery is a larger terminal branch of the brachial artery at the elbow, and as it courses to at the wrist, it runs through the Guyon's excuse me, it runs through the Guyon's canal accompanied by the ulnar nerve on its medial aspect. Ulnar nerve on the medial aspect, and it enters the palm distal to the flexor retinaculum. Once it reaches beneath the palmaris brevis, ulnar artery divides into the superficial and the deep branch. Superficial branch is basically the continuation of the ulnar artery, and it runs laterally to anastomose with the radial artery and forms a superficial palmar arch. What about the deep branch? Deep branch goes deep to the hypothenar muscles, turns laterally and forms the deep palmar arch by anastomosing with the deep branch of radial artery, or the terminal branch of radial artery. So here that is the branch of ulnar artery. Now coming to the main anastomotic arcade, that is the superficial palmar arch. Superficial palmar arch is formed most often by the continuation of the ulnar artery. The major contribution to the superficial palmar arch is by the ulnar artery, which continues laterally to complete the arch most often. But sometimes superficial palmar arch can also be completed by an anastomosis by the other arteries, which includes the superficial palmar branch of the radial artery that is coming through the thenar muscles, or occasionally it can also anastomose with the arteria princeps pollicis, arteria radialis indicis, or sometimes even the arteria nervi mediana, which accompanies the median nerve, can also complete the superficial palmar arch. So here we can see that the superficial palmar arch is lying deep to the palmar aponeurosis, but superficial to the flexor, deep flexor tendons and the lumbricals. So this is a dissected specimen where we can see this is the ulnar artery. This is the ulnar artery that is anastomosing with the superficial palmar branch of the radial artery. Here this is the arteria princeps pollicis and arteria radialis indicis. In this case, the arteria radialis indicis is taking origin directly from the arch. Coming to the branches of superficial palmar arch, we can see that the convexity of the arch is directed distally. So this arch can be seen at a level that corresponds to the distal border of the outstretched thumb. So if we hold the thumb like this, this is the level. This is a distal border, this is a proximal border. So at the distal border of the outstretched thumb, we will see the superficial palmar arch. And from the convexity arises three branches. They are the three common palmar digital arteries. Three common palmar digital arteries which runs distally and reaches the web of the corresponding fingers. There it is joined by the palmar metacarpal arteries arising from the deep palmar arch. So here is a deep palmar arch. The palmar metacarpal arteries are arising and it anastomoses with the three common palmar digital arteries. Further, each of this artery divides into two proper palmar digital artery supplying the adjacent sides of the index finger and the middle finger and the ring finger and the ring finger and the little finger. Another artery that is arising from the medial aspect is the medial proper palmar digital artery that supplies the medial aspect of the little finger. So from this we can see that the superficial palmar arch does not supply the thumb and the radial side of the index finger. They are supplied by branches from the deep palmar arch or directly from the radial artery. Now, towards the distal end of the digits, we can see that there is a rich vascular anastomotic arcade that is formed by these digital arteries. This explains why even a small trauma or injury to the distal part of the fingers can produce profuse bleeding. Next, we talk about the deep palmar arch. The deep palmar arch is formed, as we said earlier, by the terminal branch of the radial artery and the deep branch of the ulnar artery. This is the radial artery that is entering from the dorsal aspect to the palmar aspect, and here we have the deep branch of the ulnar artery anastomosing to form the deep palmar arch. Deep palmar arch lies deep to the flexor tendons. It lies along the base of the metacarpals and also along the base of the interossei muscles, and here it is lying about 1 centimeter proximal to the superficial palmar arch. So, and for surface marking, we can say that it lies along the proximal border of the outstretched thumb. About the branches of the deep palmar arch, we have already mentioned about the three dorsal metacarpal arteries. The three palmar metacarpal arteries arising from the deep palmar arch will anastomose with the three common palmar digital arteries of the superficial palmar arch. Then we have the perforating arteries. There are three perforators which will pass through the interossei spaces, reaches the dorsal aspect, and they anastomose with the dorsal metacarpal arteries. In addition, there is also one more branch that is called the recurrent branch. This is the deep palmar arch, and here this is the radial artery and this is the ulnar artery. These are the metacarpal arteries and this is a recurrent branch. Recurrent branch runs proximally and it will anastomose with the palmar carpal arch, forming a cruciate anastomosis. So this is about these are the branches. Though we had mentioned about three metacarpal arteries, you can see that there are only two metacarpal arteries in this cadaver. So that shows the number of variations you can see in the branching pattern as well as in the formation of these arches. There is a relationship of the deep palmar arch and the deep branch of ulnar nerve. So here, this is the ulnar nerve and this is the deep palmar arch. Ulnar nerve deep branch of ulnar nerve turns medially and it lies, turns laterally and it lies towards the concavity of the deep palmar arch. So that is about the vasculature. We have covered the radial artery, ulnar artery and its anastomosis. Now we come to the nerves. Nerves of the hand, mainly 3 nerves. We have the radial nerve, ulnar nerve and the median nerve. So first we'll talk about the median nerve. Median nerve arises from it is formed by the combination of the lateral root and the medial root of the median nerve arising from the lateral cord and the medial cord of the brachial plexus. So it has a root value of C8 to T1. After its course in the arm and forearm, it reaches the wrist, and median nerve at the wrist goes deep to the flexor retinaculum. This is a median nerve. It goes deep to the flexor retinaculum, emerges on the distal end of the retinaculum, and then it divides into medial ramus and lateral ramus. Proximal to the flexor retinaculum, it also gives a branch that is called the palmar cutaneous branch. Palmar cutaneous branch of median nerve supplies the skin over the thenar eminence and the center of the palm. Now, the branches of the median nerve. Median nerve, as it is emerging, divides into a lateral ramus that is here, and this is a medial ramus. So from the lateral ramus, this is the lateral ramus. From the lateral ramus, there is a motor branch that is called the recurrent branch of the median nerve, also called the muscular branch of the median nerve, or motor branch of the median nerve, which is supplying the thenar muscles. Then the lateral ramus divides into 3 proper palmar digital nerves, which supplies the adjacent sides of the thumb and the radial side of the index finger. From the nerve to the index finger, there is a nerve that goes to the first lumbricals. Then here we have the medial branch. From the medial branch, or from the medial ramus, there are 2 further branches. That is, this is a lateral common digital nerve, and this is the medial common digital nerve. Lateral common digital nerve gives a branch to the second lumbricals, and then at the web of the finger, it divides into 2 common palmar digital nerves supplying the adjacent sides of the index finger and the middle finger. Then here is the medial common palmar digital nerve, which runs distally, reaches the web of the fingers, and provides 2 branches, 2 proper palmar digital nerves, which supplies the adjacent sides of the middle finger and the ring finger. Here there is also a communicating branch between the median nerve and one of the superficial or nearest branches of the ulnar nerve. So here we can see that most of the cutaneous supply of the median nerve is provided across the lateral two-third of the palm, as well as the lateral 3.5 fingers. So the lateral 3.5 fingers and the lateral part of the palm is provided by the median nerve, and on the dorsal aspect we have the terminal as well as the middle phalanges of the 3 fingers, and the terminal phalanx of the thumb are supplied by the median nerve. So the cutaneous supply, vascular supply and articular supply are provided by the median nerve, and also the muscular supply are to the intrinsic muscles of the hand, 5 intrinsic muscles, that is the 3 thenars and 2 lumbricals. So next we talk about the ulnar nerve. Ulnar nerve is arising from the medial cord, and has a root value of C8 and T1. C7 fibers are derived from the lateral root of the median nerve, which supplies the flexor carpi ulnaris. That does not come to the wrist. So here, ulnar nerve, we said earlier, it is accompanying the ulnar artery on the medial side and enters the palm through the Kaicon canal. Once it reaches the palm, that is distal to the flexor retinaculum, it divides into a superficial branch and a deep branch. Before entering into the Kaicon canal, it gives a superficial or palmar cutaneous branch, which supplies the medial two-third of the palm. Now this division, here we have the superficial branch, and this is a deep branch. Superficial branch gives one proper palmar digital nerve that supplies the medial aspect or the ulnar aspect of the little finger, and this here is the common palmar digital nerve, which divides into 2 proper palmar digital nerves supplying the adjacent sides of the ring finger and the little finger. Here there will be a cutaneous nerve which will be anastomosing with the median nerve also. Deep branch goes laterally and it lies in the concavity of the deep palmar arch, and here all the intrinsic muscles except those supplied by the median nerve will be supplied by the deep branch of ulnar nerve. So that explains the cutaneous as well as the muscular supply. In addition, the ulnar nerve, deep branch of ulnar nerve also gives a twig to the flexor pollicis brevis. So flexor pollicis brevis has a dual nerve supply. Superficial head is supplied by the median nerve, recurrent branch of median nerve, and the deep head is supplied by the deep branch of ulnar nerve. Radial nerve in the forearm. Radial nerve at the cubital fossa or below the cubital fossa divides into superficial and deep branches. Superficial branch is essentially sensory. It comes towards the wrist, and at the wrist it turns laterally around the lateral border of the lower end of radius, comes dorsal superficial to the extensor retinaculum, and here it divides into 5 digital branches supplying the lateral 2/3 of the dorsum of the hand as well as the lateral 3.5 fingers. So this is the region of supply. Here we have the median nerve on the palmar aspect, and these are the areas of supply of median nerve on the dorsal aspect. Here this is the ulnar nerve, region of supply of the ulnar nerve palmar aspect, and this is the dorsal aspect. Here this is the superficial branch of the radial nerve. Now there are numerous variations. Variations are very common in the arterial and the nerve supply of the hand. So most common variation is seen in the case of superficial palmar arch, because superficial palmar arch can be complete or incomplete. So if it is complete, it is anastomosing with the radial artery or the arteria nerva mediana or any branches of the radial artery. But if it is incomplete, it can have many forms like this. This is the most common classification by Coleman and Anson, which shows the various modes of formation of the various modes of formation of superficial palmar arch. So here, these are the different complete arches, and here we have the different forms of, these are the incomplete arches. Also, in case of deep palmar arch, there are conditions where the deep palmar arch is absent. There are variations in the branching pattern of the deep palmar arch also. What about the nerve supply? Even the nerves have variation, like there are overlapping of nerves. So sometimes, because of the overlapping of the nerves, even if one nerve is injured, there may not be total loss of function or there is no total loss of sensation because of this overlap. Also, in case of the first dorsal interossei, we have heard that it is the ulnar nerve that is most often supplying it. But the recurrent branch of median nerve, it can have a terminal branch which provides supply to the first dorsal interossei. It has been seen that sometimes this first dorsal interossei may be the only nerve supply, the recurrent branch of medial nerve may be the only nerve supply to the first dorsal interossei also. So these are the numerous variations in the case of nerve supply as well as blood supply. So it is mandatory for us to know the various forms in which these present, because that is essential for the hand surgeons, plastic surgeons, and the vascular surgeons. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening words. I kindly request Dr. Shiva Shiranga, HOD, Department of Anatomy, WIMS, Wayanad, to join us on the stage to present the memento to Dr. Hema Harris as a token of gratitude for sharing her knowledge. Thank you, sir. We shall soon have our inaugural ceremony.
I'd request the attendees to ask any questions or doubts or queries to previous speakers if there are any.
Dr. Hema, where is Hema? Which are the variations you noted in dissecting the deep palmar arch? That was her thesis. She did a wonderful work on superficial and deep palmar arches. So what are the variations you noted?
Deep palmar arch was also, deep palmar arch, like superficial palmar arch, was also complete and incomplete. Complete was more common. And there, unlike the superficial palmar arch, the completion was mainly by the terminal branch of radial artery. That was one common variation we saw. Then the branching pattern. In the branching pattern, though we talk about the three dorsal the metacarpal arteries, there were sometimes only one or sometimes barely two. But I haven't seen any in which there were no branches. And also the recurrent branch was very rare. Most of the specimens did not have a recurrent branch. Then what I had noticed was the communication, the arteria, we were talking about the arteria princeps pollicis mostly arising from the deep palmar arch. But most of the dissection I did, the arteria princeps pollicis and arteria radialis indicis, both of them were arising from the superficial palmar arch. So these were the common variations I had noticed.
What about superficial palmar arches? You are mentioning incomplete arches. Please talk about.
So in case of superficial palmar arch was mostly, I didn't find a complete arch anywhere. It was mostly incomplete arches. So incomplete arch was mainly contributed by the superficial palmar branch of the ulnar artery. And the radial artery, it was difficult to trace the superficial palmar branch of the radial artery because it was going deep to the thenar muscles also. And sometimes they weren't there. So incomplete palmar arches there are multiple types of incomplete palmar arches also, according to the ones I just showed. Sometimes the superficial palmar branch of radial artery, it comes towards the thumb and it supplies the index finger and the thumb. And the ulnar artery will be supplying the other regions. So similarly, there were numerous types of superficial palmar arches which were complete and incomplete. And I had followed the classification based by Coleman and Anson, where they were classifying it from superficial from A to B, A to F, and incomplete were from around K to I. So there were various classifications, which is a bit in detail, madam. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll begin the inaugural ceremony shortly. As soon as our chairman, Mr. Anil Kumar sir, and our principal arrives, we'll begin with our inaugural ceremony.
I humbly request the dignitaries to be seated on the dais. Mr. Anil Kumar Sir, our Chairman, MMC Hospital and Research Center. Dr. P.V. Narayanan, Principal, MMC. Dr. Ashalada PR, Professor and HOD, Department of Anatomy. Dr. Usha Devi KV, President, ASI Kerala Chapter. Dr. Meera, Professor, Department of Anatomy, MMC. Mr. Krishnan PP, Administrative Officer, MMC. To begin this auspicious occasion, I invite our college choir to invoke the Almighty. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please stand up for the invocation.
പുല്ലിലും പൂവിലും പൂവിനുള്ളിലും മണ്ണിലും താരാപദങ്ങളിലും ഉന്മയായി നന്മയായി പൊരുളായി ഊർജമായി നിന്നു തുടിക്കും ചൈതന്യമേ. പുല്ലിലും പൂവിലും പൂവിനുള്ളിലും മണ്ണിലും താരാപദങ്ങളിലും ഉന്മയായി നന്മയായി പൊരുളായി ഊർജമായി നിന്നു തുടിക്കും ചൈതന്യമേ. നിൻതിരിയല്ലോ പ്രകാശമായി ഞങ്ങളെ എന്നും വിളിച്ചുണർത്തുന്നു. നിൻതിരിയല്ലോ പ്രകാശമായി ഞങ്ങളെ എന്നും വിളിച്ചുണർത്തുന്നു. നിൻ മഹാവാത്സല്യം ഞങ്ങളിൽ സ്നേഹത്തിൻ പൊൻതിരിയായി ജ്വലിക്കട്ടെ. നിൻ മഹാവാത്സല്യം ഞങ്ങളിൽ സ്നേഹത്തിൻ പൊൻതിരിയായി ജ്വലിക്കട്ടെ.
Thank you. You may now take your seats. Light symbolizes the pursuit of truth, wisdom, and knowledge. As we light the lamp today, let us remember the journey that brought us here. It is a journey of dedication, hard work, and relentless pursuit of excellence. I hereby invite all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward and do us the honor of lighting the lamp. As I proceed, I request the audience to kindly rise for a moment of reverence.
Thank you, dignitaries, for illuminating her heart and mind with this symbolic act. We respect each and every person who blessed this ceremony with their presence, as we believe that each has been sent as a guide from beyond. I would like to invite Dr. Ashalada, Professor and HOD, Department of Anatomy, MMC, for the welcome address. Ma'am pursued MBBS and MS Anatomy from Government Medical College, Calicut. She completed WHO in-country fellowship in genetics from AIMS Delhi. She joined our prestigious institution as a professor in June 2023 and currently leading the department to its height. She is an excellent mentor, and her apparently unflagging enthusiasm made her popular among students and colleagues alike. Her presence promises to uplift spirits and inspire mind, creating a vibrant atmosphere of learning and companionship. Her multifaceted interest as a writer and traveler add a rich tapestry to her already impressive profile. Your unique combination of expertise and cheerfulness is a rare gift, and we are truly privileged to have you as a part of our team. We welcome you, ma'am, to address the gathering.
Thank you for the nice words. എന്നെ പറ്റി തന്നെയാണോ ഇതൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞതെന്ന് എനിക്കൊരു സംശയം. ഓക്കെ, ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ് എവരി വൺ. ഓ, താങ്ക് യു. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും, അതുകൂടാതെ അശരീരികളായിട്ട് ഈ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പല ഭാഗത്തും ഇരുന്ന് ഇത് കാണുന്ന, ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം കാണുന്ന, ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട് കാണുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും, ഈ ഹാളിലിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ വിനീതമായ നമസ്കാരം. ആദ്യം തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ചെയർമാനെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യാം. ഇത്രയും സിമ്പിൾ ആൻഡ് ഹംബിൾ പേഴ്സൺ, ഇത്രയും വലിയൊരു ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ്റെ ചെയർമാൻ ആണെന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഒരിക്കലും തോന്നിക്കാത്ത വിധത്തിലാണ് സാറിൻ്റെ പെരുമാറ്റം. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് സാറെന്ന് വിളിക്കാൻ ചിലപ്പോഴൊക്കെ മടി തോന്നും. എനിക്കൊരു സ്വന്തം സഹോദരനെ പോലെ, എനിക്കൊരു കുഞ്ഞ് അനിയനെ പോലെയാണ് സാറിനെയും സാറിൻ്റെ വൈഫിനെയും തോന്നുക. അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യം തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ചെയർമാൻ ശ്രീ അനിൽകുമാർ സാറിനെ ഈ വേദിയിലേക്ക് ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു. അടുത്തതായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പൽ. എല്ലാം നർമ്മത്തിൽ പൊതിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് സാറ് അവതരിപ്പിക്കുക. ഷുഗർ കോട്ടഡ് ടാബ്ലറ്റ് എന്നൊക്കെ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. കടുത്ത മരുന്നുകൾ പോലും ഷുഗർ കോട്ടഡായിട്ട് ചെറിയ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ കുട്ടികൾ വേഗം കഴിക്കും. അതുപോലെ സാറ് നമുക്ക് ഇൻസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ തരുമ്പോഴും ക്രിട്ടിസൈസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴും ഒക്കെ ഷുഗർ കോട്ടഡായിട്ടാണ് പറയുക, അതും നർമ്മം ചേർത്തിട്ട്. സാറിൻ്റെ റൂമിൽ കയറിയാൽ ഒരു 10 പ്രാവശ്യമെങ്കിലും നമ്മളൊക്കെ ചിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഇതുപോലത്തെ അക്കാഡമിക് ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസിനെല്ലാം സാറിൻ്റെ വക 100%, 100 അല്ല 200% സപ്പോർട്ടാണ്. സാറ് കാലിക്കറ്റ് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിലും പിന്നെ മഞ്ചേരി മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിലും അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇവിടെയും എൻ്റെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പൾ തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. സാറിനെയും ഞാൻ സ്വാഗതം. നെക്സ്റ്റ് വി ഇൻവൈറ്റ്, അതെന്താണെന്ന് ബോംബായിരിക്കാം, അതാണല്ലോ ഗിഫ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇറ്റ്സ് എ സർപ്രൈസ്. അതിനകത്ത് എന്താണെന്ന് യു ക്യാൻ ഗസ് അല്ലേ? ഓക്കെ സർ, ലോകത്തിലെ ഏത് ഭാഷ വേണമെങ്കിലും എഴുതാനുള്ള ഒരു മാജിക് ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻ്റാണ് അതിനകത്ത്. യു ക്യാൻ റൈറ്റ് എനി ലാംഗ്വേജ്, യു ക്യാൻ ഡ്രോ എനി ഡയഗ്രാം, ഏത് സബ്ജക്റ്റ് വേണമെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അതുകൊണ്ട് എഴുതാൻ പറ്റും. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരാളെ തൂക്കിക്കൊല്ലാൻ വിധിക്കാം, അതുകൊണ്ട് വധശിക്ഷയിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരാളെ വിമുക്തനാക്കാം. അത്രയും പവർഫുള്ളായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻ്റാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് സമ്മാനമായിട്ട്. ക്യാൻ യു ഗസ് വാട്ട് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ്? വെരി ഗുഡ്. സാറ് ഇത്രയും ഇൻ്റലിജൻ്റ് ആണെന്ന് ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചില്ല. ഓക്കെ, നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഉഷ മാം, എ വെരി പവർഫുൾ ലേഡി, നല്ലൊരു ടീച്ചർ. ഷീസ് ആൻ എക്സലൻറ്റ് ഒറേറ്റർ ആൻഡ് വെരി പവർഫുൾ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റർ ഓൾസോ. അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അതും ഒരു ആർട്ടാണ്. ഞാനൊരു അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റർ ആയാൽ ഞാൻ മാർക്കിട്ടാൽ വലിയൊരു മുട്ട എനിക്ക് കിട്ടും. ബിക്കോസ് ഐ നോ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് മൈ വീക്ക്നെസ്. അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എനിക്ക് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളതല്ല. ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കാൻ ഒരു മടിയില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഉഷ മാഡം അങ്ങനെയല്ല. ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരുമിച്ച് മഞ്ചേരി, ആലപ്പുഴ, കാലിക്കറ്റ് 3 സ്ഥലത്ത് വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് നന്നായിട്ടറിയാം. Now she is the President of Anatomical Society of India, HOD of Trivandrum Medical College, Vice Principal, Trivandrum Medical College. അങ്ങനെ പല ലെവലിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു മാഡമാണ്. മാഡത്തിനെ ഈ ഗ്രൂപ്പിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യും. വലിയൊരു ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ നന്നായിട്ട് നടന്നു പോകണമെങ്കിൽ പ്രിൻസിപ്പളിനെയും ചെയർമാനെയും ഒക്കെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാനും കോളേജിൻ്റെ പല ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് കോർഡിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും ഒരാൾ വേണം. അതാണ് നമ്മുടെ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റീവ് ഓഫീസർ. സാറ് ഒരുപാട് വർഷം കോഴിക്കോട് NIT-യിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത് അവിടുത്തെ പ്രവൃത്തി പരിചയം നേടിയതിന് ശേഷമാണ് നമ്മുടെ കോളേജിലെത്തിയത്. അപ്പോൾ സാറിനെയും സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇനി നമ്മുടെ ഡോക്ടർ മീര. ഷീ ഈസ് ദ മോസ്റ്റ് ആക്റ്റീവ് പേഴ്സൺ ഇൻ അവർ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്. മീര ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ വെറുതെ എൻ്റെ കസേരയിൽ കാറ്റും കൊണ്ട് അവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരുന്നാൽ മതി. ബാക്കി കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ മീരയും എൻ്റെ ബാക്കി കുട്ടികളും കൂടി നോക്കിക്കോളും. അത്രയും എഫിഷ്യൻ്റാണ്. വെരി ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ, വെരി സ്മാർട്ട് ആൻഡ് എ വെരി പോപ്പുലർ ടീച്ചർ ഓൾസോ, അല്ലേ? യെസ്, കണ്ടോ കുട്ടികൾ പറയണ കേട്ടില്ലേ? ഓക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ ഡോക്ടർ മീരയെയും ഞാൻ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇന്ത്യയുടെ മാപ്പ് എടുത്ത് നോക്കിയാൽ കാണാം കേരളം ഒരു കൊച്ചു സ്ട്രിപ്പ് ആയിട്ടിങ്ങനെ കിടക്കുന്നത്. ബട്ട് ചെറുതാണെങ്കിലും ഇപ്പോൾ കാന്താരി മുളക്, കുരുമുളക് ഇതൊക്കെ ചെറുതാണെങ്കിലും ഭയങ്കര പവർഫുള്ളായിട്ടുള്ള സാധനങ്ങളാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കേരളം ഭൂമിയിലെ ഒരു കൊച്ചു സ്ഥലമാണെങ്കിലും ഒരുപാട് പ്രത്യേകതകളുള്ള ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനം. ആ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ തെക്കേ അറ്റത്തുള്ള ഉഷമേടം മുതൽ വടക്കേ അറ്റത്തുള്ള കണ്ണൂർ, അവിടെ നിന്ന് ബീന മാഡം, പിന്നെ വയനാട് കോന്നി മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ് തുടങ്ങി കേരളത്തിലെ എല്ലാ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റിൽ നിന്നും നമ്മുടെ ഈ CME അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിനും PG സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനും സ്വാഗതം. ഇനി നിങ്ങൾ സൂക്ഷിച്ചു നോക്കിയാൽ ഈ ഹാളിൽ പല സ്ഥലത്തും തിളക്കങ്ങൾ കാണാം, സ്പാർക്കിൾസ്. കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷത്തെ റാങ്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ്, നമ്മുടെ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷത്തെ PG ടോപ്പർ ഡോക്ടർ ഷെറിൻ, കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷത്തെ അല്ല അതിന് മുമ്പത്തെ വർഷത്തെ ഫസ്റ്റ് MBBS അനാറ്റമി ടോപ്പർ നവ്യ, കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം 2 മിടുക്കി കുട്ടികളാണ് ഫസ്റ്റ് അടിച്ചെടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. കോന്നി മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിലെ ഒരു സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റും MES മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ. അവരാണ് ഈ മുറിയിൽ ഇത്രയും പ്രകാശം നിറച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്കും നമുക്കറിയാം, ഒരു കുട്ടി MBBS-ന് അഡ്മിഷൻ കിട്ടി ഈ കോളേജിൽ എത്തണമെങ്കിൽ സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റിൻ്റെ മാത്രം പ്രയത്നമല്ല, അതിൻ്റെ പുറകിൽ പാരൻസിൻ്റെ എൻകറേജ്മെൻറ്റ്, പാരൻസിൻ്റെ പ്രാർത്ഥന, സപ്പോർട്ട്, ഇതെല്ലാം പ്രധാനമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ റാങ്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സിനും റാങ്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ് അല്ലാത്തവർക്കും ഇവിടെ അഡ്മിഷൻ നേടി എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളുടെ പാരൻസിനെ റെപ്രസെൻ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് നവ്യയുടെ പാരൻസ് എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഐശ്വര്യയുടെയും കുട്ടിയുടെ പേരെന്തായിരുന്നു? അമല. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കുട്ടികളുടെ പാരൻസും ഈ കുട്ടികളുടെ പാരൻസും എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ബിക്കോസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് എ പ്രൗഡ് മൊമെൻറ്റ് ഫോർ ദെം. ഒരു കുട്ടി ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ് കോൺഫറൻസിൽ വെച്ച് ഒരു പ്രൈസ് വാങ്ങിക്കുക എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത് എല്ലാ പാരൻസിനും ഏറ്റവും സന്തോഷമുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. പിന്നെ നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ വിചാരിക്കുന്നുണ്ടാവും, എന്തിനാണ് ഈ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയർ കുട്ടികളെ ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ഇരുത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നതെന്ന്. ഹെഡ് ആൻഡ് നെക്ക് ആൻഡ് ന്യൂറോ അനാറ്റമി എല്ലാ അനാറ്റമിസ്റ്റിനും അറിയാം. ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയർ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് ഏറ്റവും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ടോപ്പിക്കാണ് അല്ലേ മിനി? ഏറ്റവും പ്രയാസമുള്ള ഒരു ടോപ്പിക്കാണ്. ഡിസെക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും അതെ, കാണാനും അതെ, മനസ്സിലാക്കാനും അതെ, പഠിച്ചാൽ തലയിൽ നിൽക്കുമോ അതും ഇല്ല. ആ ട്രാക്റ്റ് അങ്ങോട്ട് പോയി ഇതിങ്ങോട്ട് പോകുന്നു, ആകെപ്പാടെ പ്രശ്നം. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് മാത്രമായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളൊരു സ്പോട്ടിംഗ് എക്സാമിനേഷൻ നടത്തി. ആ സ്പോട്ടിംഗ് എക്സാമിനേഷനിൽ ടോപ്പ് മാർക്ക് കിട്ടിയ കുട്ടികളെ 30 കുട്ടികളെ ടു എൻകറേജ് ടു അപ്രീഷിയേറ്റ് ദെയർ എഫേർട്ട്, ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ മാർക്ക് വാങ്ങിച്ച 30 കുട്ടികളെ ഞങ്ങൾ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്ത് ഇന്നിവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ഇരുത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതെന്തിനാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ആൻ എൻകറേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ഫോർ ദെം. ഇന്നിവിടെ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നത്, അതിൽ പലതും അവർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവില്ല, പോട്ടെ. പക്ഷേ ഈ നമ്മുടെ മെഡിസിൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു വാസ്റ്റ് മേഖല, ആ മേഖലയിൽ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് നടക്കുന്നത് എന്ന് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഒരു അവബോധം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയർ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിരുത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ആർക്കറിയാം ഇതിലെത്ര പേര് ഭാവിയിൽ സർജൻസ് ആവുക. അനാറ്റമിയോട് നല്ല താല്പര്യം, ആഭിമുഖ്യമുള്ള മിക്ക കുട്ടികളും നമ്മൾ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് ഭാവിയിൽ സർജിക്കൽ ഫീൽഡിലേക്കാണ് പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കുട്ടികളെ ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ ക്ഷണിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുവന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ദേ ആർ അവർ ഇൻവൈറ്റീസ്. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്കൊരു ബിഗ് ഹാൻഡ് കൊടുക്കാം ഈ കുട്ടികൾ. അപ്പോൾ അവർ അനാറ്റമിയിൽ മാത്രമല്ല ബാക്കി സബ്ജക്ട്സിലൊക്കെ മിടുക്കന്മാരാണ്. ഭാവിയിൽ ഇവരൊക്കെ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ ഭാഗത്തും MMCയുടെ എന്താ പറയുക, അതെ, ഇമേജ് ലോകത്ത് എല്ലായിടത്തും എത്തിക്കട്ടെ. ഇനി നമ്മുടെ കോളേജിലെ ബാക്കി എല്ലാ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിൽ നിന്നും ഫിസിയോളജി HOD വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഫോറൻസിക് HOD വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, പാലക്കാട് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിലെ പ്രൊഫസർ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ബാക്കി എല്ലാ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിലെയും സ്റ്റാഫിനെയും, അതുകൂടാതെ നമ്മുടെ കർട്ടന് പിന്നിൽ കുറേ ആളുകൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് നമ്മളാരും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കാറില്ല. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് IT പ്രൊഫഷണൽസ്, ഇവിടെ കോമ്പയർ ചെയ്യാനിരിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടികൾ, പുറത്ത് രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ കൗണ്ടറിൽ ഇരിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടികൾ, ക്ലീനിങ് സ്റ്റാഫ് തുടങ്ങി എല്ലാവരെയും ഈ ചടങ്ങിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an incredibly warm welcome. With wavering dedication and profound commitment to excellence, our esteemed chairman, Mr. Anil Kumar sir, has been instrumental in building this renowned institution into the glory it is in today. His mission is to provide quality medical education par global standards and create superlative treatment facility for patients. He is a supporter of education, medicine, and rural development. He is also a born leader interested in a broader socio-economic progress of the nation. The journey of his success translates foresight, preparedness, and strategic management. Our inspiration comes from his message to believe in self and deliver the best. With immense pride and honor, I welcome you, sir, to give away the inaugural address.
Respected Principal of our Medical College, Dr. P.V. Narayanan. Dr. Usha Madam, the HOD of Government Medical College, Anatomy, Trivandrum, and Vice Principal. And then our HOD Ashalada Madam, Dr. Meera, our AO, and respected senior faculties, other faculties from various colleges, our own faculties, students, and friends. A warm good morning to every one of you. It's a proud moment for our institution when we host a state conference of the Anatomy Society of India under the name Kaicon 24. As the name itself goes, it is something related to hand. As a man out of the fraternity, I understand that this is something important for the anatomist and for the practitioners of surgical specialties and all that. The effort behind in organizing such a thing goes to the Department of Anatomy, their staff members, and their well-wishers and all that. I really appreciate them. I'm happy that our medical college is able to host such a conference. So when we think on the side of medical management, I find difficult to find anatomists these days. So your fraternity, your society should also suggest a ways and means as how to have more and more professionals in the field to impart medical education for the grooming doctors of tomorrow. The scenario is such bad that many of the MD anatomy seats are remaining vacant, despite the government had made 0 mark for NEET PG this year. In our medical college, we were sanctioned with the 2 seats year before, and that year and this year, despite Asha Madam being the HOD, no one has come and joined. So that is the situation. So you should raise to the occasion and say that with utmost respect, we welcome Rajarashri Madam and Nilama Madam. Madam, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വരുമായിരുന്നു ഈ കാലത്ത് ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് നമ്മൾ മെഡിക്കൽ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ആളുകൾക്ക് നമുക്ക് MD അനാട്ടമിക്കാരെ കിട്ടാനില്ല. നോബഡി ഈസ് ജോയിനിങ് അനാട്ടമി. അപ്പോൾ ആ സിറ്റുവേഷൻ ഒന്ന് ഓവർകം ചെയ്യാൻ അന്ന് അത്ര മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ് ഇല്ലല്ലോ. നമ്മൾ വി ആർ ടു മേക്ക് മോർ ഡോക്ടേഴ്സ്, വി ആർ ഓൾ ഇൻ ദ ഫീൽഡ്. ദിസ് ഈസ് അവർ വി ഹാവ് അവർ സെക്കൻഡ് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ് ആൾസോ കമ്മിങ് അപ്പ് ഇൻ പാലക്കാട്. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഓൾറെഡി ബീൻ approved. But we find difficult to get the professionals in the anatomy to teach right in the subject. I am the president of the Kerala Private Medical College Association also. So I had suggested some ways and means to have MD seats filled by way of allowing these BDS candidates to do MD anatomy. How far that is permissible and affordable, I have no idea. But then to have the dearth somewhere or other addressed, you need to have some ways and means. That's the government wanted so many medical colleges to be opened. Somewhere in 5-10 years before, the number of seats were just 50,000. Now it's going to be 1.5 lakhs. So where are you going to have the professionals without anyone taking this MD? So with all this, I welcome you all once more to our college and to this program. I wish the program will give definitely worth attending today's program, because they have done a lot of homework and exercise to make you all with a good feast on the topic. Once more welcoming you and making this program inaugurated. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for those envisioning words. Next, we have with us a true leader known for his tireless efforts in creating an environment of excellence, learning and innovation, Dr. P.V. Narayanan, our principal. He completed his MBBS from Government Medical College, Kozhikode, and MD Pharmacology from Calicut University. He also had first rank in BSc Botany from Calicut and a degree in hospital administration. He has successfully held many administrative posts at various medical colleges under DME. He joined our esteemed institution as a principal in the year 2016 and has been making a profound impact on shaping the lives of countless students and the trajectory of the institution since then. I'd like to welcome you, sir, to speak a few words.
Thank you. My respected chairman, Mr. Anil Kumar, Dr. Usha. She's my colleague in Manjeri Medical College. Then HOD of Anatomy, Dr. Ashalida, Meera, AO, my most respected teachers, Dr. Rajarajesh Madam and Lilama Madam, my invited guests from all part of Kerala, and the beloved, respected HODs and the students who secured highest mark in neuroanatomy. Especially I want to thank them because they will be the neurosurgeons in future. Sometimes they may do some surgery on we people. So we respect them. Let them bring good doctors in future. Dr. Rija is here. So I think this, even though the number is very limited, anatomy, or as such, our chairman told, number is limited. The audience are very powerful. They are, I think most of them are my colleagues, work together with me and my teachers. I want to thank all the faculties who reached here from different part of the area. For see, we usually think anatomy, it's a simple subject, we lose. But this is the pillar. We usually say to the students, this is the pillar in your medical education. Without knowing anatomy, you will be nowhere, you are a big zero. I happen to be the student of my teachers here, Rajarajesh Madam and Leela Madam. Without Leela Madam's, what I say, ഒരു മനസ്സില്ലായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് ഒന്നും അല്ലായിരുന്നു. കാരണം എന്നെ അനാട്ടമി പഠിപ്പിച്ച മാഡം, എനിക്ക് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി എക്സാമിനേഷന് മാഡം വന്ന് ആകെ ഒന്നേ ചോദിച്ചുള്ളൂ, വാട്ട്സ് ദ ലെഫ്റ്റ് ബോർഡർ, വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ ബോർഡർ ഓഫ് ഹാർട്ട്, ലെഫ്റ്റ് സൈഡ്. ഞാൻ എന്തൊക്കെയോ പറഞ്ഞു, മാഡം പറഞ്ഞു പോ. കാരണം ആ ബോർഡർ അവിടെ ഒന്നും ആയിരുന്നില്ല എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നി. പിന്നെ എന്ത് ബോർഡറാണ് പറഞ്ഞതെന്ന് മാഡം പോന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. കാരണം മറ്റവർ കേൾക്കരുതല്ലോ, എക്സ്റ്റേണൽ എക്സാമിനർ കേൾക്കരുതല്ലോ, ഓടിച്ചു വിട്ടു. അങ്ങനെ പാസ്സാക്കി വന്നു. ഞാൻ എന്നിട്ട് അനാട്ടമി എനിക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ പഠിക്കണം എന്ന് എഴുതിയിട്ട് ഞാൻ അനാട്ടമി തന്നെ ട്യൂട്ടറായിട്ട് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തു. അത് രാജരാജേശ്വരി മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ കൂടെയായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ മാഡം എനിക്ക് ആദ്യം തന്ന, ഞാൻ പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ആദ്യത്തെ ഒരു മാസം എനിക്ക് മാഡം ഒരു തിയറി ക്ലാസ് തന്നു. അത് പാമാർ സ്പേസ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഫസ്റ്റിൽ, വേറെ ആർക്കും അങ്ങനെ കൊടുക്കാത്തത് മാഡം, ഞാൻ തന്നെ അതിശയപ്പെട്ടു പോയി. മാഡം എങ്ങനെ ഇത് എനിക്ക് തന്നു? പാമാർ സ്പേസ് പോയി സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് എടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി. ആ കോൺഫിഡൻസ് മാഡത്തിന് എന്നിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ ഒരു തെളിവായിരുന്നു അത്. പാമാർ സ്പേസ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് സ്പേസ് അല്ലേ അത്, അതെടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി മാഡം തന്നു. എന്നിട്ട് എന്താ മാഡം ചെയ്തത്? മാഡം അതിൻ്റെ ബാക്കിൽ വന്നിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ എന്തായിരിക്കും സ്ഥിതി? ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ പാമും സോളും ഒക്കെ പോയി. പക്ഷേ അത് വളരെ നന്ദിയായിരുന്നു, വളരെ ഭംഗിയായിരുന്നു എന്ന് മാഡം പറഞ്ഞപ്പോഴാണ് എനിക്ക് കോൺഫിഡൻസ് വന്നത്. അനാട്ടമിയിൽ നിന്ന് ഞാൻ പിന്നെ മെല്ലെ ഫാർമക്കോളജിയിലേക്ക് മാറിയതാണ്. കാരണം അതിൻ്റെ ആ സബ്ജക്റ്റിനോടുള്ള വിഷമം കൊണ്ടല്ല, പക്ഷേ ആ സബ്ജക്റ്റുമായിട്ട് ഒത്തുപോകാനുള്ള പ്രയാസം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇല്ലേ, ഡെഡ് ബോഡി ഇവിടെ ഫോറൻസിക്കിൻ്റെ കുറച്ച് പേര് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, എങ്ങനെ അനാട്ടമി പഠിക്കാമെന്ന് എഴുതിയിട്ട്. പക്ഷേ ആ സബ്ജക്റ്റിനോടുള്ള വിഷമം ഇപ്പോഴും 2 സീറ്റ് നമ്മളിവിടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കി NMC തന്നു. വളരെ കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടാണ് അത് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത്. അതിൻ്റെ ഇൻസ്പെക്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു, എത്ര സ്റ്റേജസ് ഇൻസ്പെക്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. ആ 2 സീറ്റിലും ആരും വന്നിട്ടില്ല ഇപ്പോഴും. എൻഡേഞ്ചേർഡ് സ്പീഷീസായിട്ട് പോവുക, എൻഡേഞ്ചേർഡ് സ്പീഷീസായിട്ട് പോകും. പക്ഷേ അനാട്ടമിയിൽ ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന കുട്ടികളെ, നിങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ ഈ കാണിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന സ്നേഹം അനാട്ടമി സബ്ജക്റ്റിനോട് മാത്രമല്ല, മറ്റ് സബ്ജക്റ്റിനോടും ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീയിങ്ങിനോടും കാണിക്കുന്ന സ്നേഹമായിരിക്കും. ആ സബ്ജക്റ്റിനോടുള്ള സ്നേഹം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എവിടെ വെച്ചും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിൻ്റെ പ്രയോജനം ഉണ്ടാകും. അതാണ് അനാട്ടമി പഠിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടികളോട് എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. ഈ ഹാൻഡ്, ഇതൊരു വലിയൊരു സന്ദേശമാണ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. ഇങ്ങനെ ആരും കോമ്പിനേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കാറില്ല. ഇതെനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ആശാലതയുടെ മനസ്സിൽ നിന്ന് വന്നായിരിക്കും. കൈത്താങ് എന്നൊക്കെ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ കൈക്കോൺ എന്ന് കേൾക്കുന്നത് ആദ്യമാണ്. കൈ എന്ന മലയാളവും കോൺഫറൻസ് എന്ന കോണും കൂടെ ചേർത്തൊരു കൈക്കോണാക്കിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇത് ഒരു വലിയ സന്ദേശം കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. മലയാളികളാണ് ഞങ്ങളൊരിക്കലും ഈ മംഗ്ലീഷ് ആണ് നമ്മുടെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഭാഷ, മംഗ്ലീഷാണ്. മലയാളവും ഇംഗ്ലീഷും എല്ലാം കൂടെ ചേർത്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ രീതിയിൽ ഇതിന് ഒരു വലിയ സന്ദേശമുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾ മലയാളമാണ്, പക്ഷേ മലയാളി തനിമ വിടാതെ തന്നെ നമുക്കിനി വരാൻ പോകുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസൊക്കെ വലിയ ഒരു സന്ദേശമാണ് NMC തരുന്നത്. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഒതുങ്ങേണ്ടവരല്ല നാഷണൽ മെഡിക്കൽ ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ്. ഈ കുട്ടികൾ പുറത്തേക്ക് പോകേണ്ടവരാണ്. അതാണ് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ കോമ്പിറ്റൻസി ബേസ്ഡ് മെഡിക്കൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ. അതിൽ അനാറ്റമിയുടെ പ്രാധാന്യം വളരെ വലുതാണ്. ഇതിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് ഏകദേശം 2 മാസമായി. ഈ അനാറ്റമി കോൺഫറൻസിന് വേണ്ടി ഇതിൻ്റെ സാഹചര്യങ്ങളും മുന്നൊരുക്കങ്ങളും ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ട് ഈ കുട്ടികളൊക്കെ 2 മാസമായി എൻ്റെ പിന്നാലെ നടക്കുന്നു, സൗകര്യം ചെയ്തു തരാനും പല കാര്യം. അവരെ പ്രത്യേകം ഞാൻ നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ രാജരാജേശ്വരി മാഡത്തിനെയും ലീലാമ്മ മാഡത്തിനെയും ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് തന്നെ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു അവരുടെ ഒരു കഴിവിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാണ്. മാഡം അത്രയും, കാരണം എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നില്ല മാഡമൊക്കെ ഈ പ്രായത്തിലും അധികമൊന്നും പുറത്തു പോകാറില്ല. രാജരാജേശ്വരി മാഡം, ലീലാമ്മ മാഡം ഇപ്പോഴും ബോൺ, ഞങ്ങൾ പറയാറുണ്ട് ബോൺ ആണ്. കാരണം മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ ഹസ്ബൻഡ് ഒരു ബോൺ സ്പെഷ്യലിസ്റ്റാണ്. ബോൺ അനാറ്റമിയാണ് മാഡം. എൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ സാറാണ് മണി സാറ്. ഇന്നും ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഓർത്തോപീഡിയസിന് പകരം വെക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്തൊരു നോളജ് കൊണ്ടും ബിഹേവിയർ കൊണ്ടും നമ്മൾ സ്നേഹിച്ച് പോകുന്ന ഒരാളാണ് മണി സാർ. അത് തന്നെയാണ് ലീലാമ്മ മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രത്യേകത. മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ മകളെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്കറിയാം, അതും അതുപോലത്തെ ഒരു എക്സ്പെർട്ടൈസാണ്. NMCയുടെ മെഡിക്കൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ നമ്മൾക്ക് വിവരം തരുന്ന, നമ്മൾക്ക് ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുന്നതും മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ മകളാണ്, റീബ മാണി. അത്രയും പൊളൈറ്റാണ് മാഡം. എന്താണോ ചെയ്യുന്നത് അത് ടിറ്റോ ആണ്. നമ്മൾ സാധാരണ പറയുന്നത് ചിപ്പ് ഓഫ് ദി ഓൾഡ് ബ്ലോക്ക് എന്നല്ല, മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ അതേ ക്യാരക്ടറാണ്. പക്ഷേ ആ ഒരു പാരമ്പര്യമുള്ള മാഡത്തിന് ഇവിടെ എത്തിപ്പെടാനും കുട്ടികൾക്ക് സന്ദേശം കൊടുക്കാനും സാധിച്ചു. രാജരാജേശ്വരി മാഡം എൻ്റെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പൾ കൂടിയാണ്. മാഡത്തിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പലതും പഠിച്ചത്. മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ കൂടെ നിന്നിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ പഠിച്ചത്. അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷൻ വേണമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയത് പോലും മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ കൂടെ നിന്നപ്പോഴാണ്. ഒരു അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റർ എങ്ങനെയാവണമെന്ന് നമുക്ക് പഠിപ്പിച്ചു തരുന്ന ഒരു മാഡമായിരുന്നു രാജരാജേശ്വരി മാഡം. എന്നിട്ട് റിട്ടയർ ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ രണ്ടുപേരും മഞ്ചേരി മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ് MES മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ പോയി എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ആ പ്രായത്തിലും ബസ് കയറി കുട്ടികളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാനായിട്ട് പോയി എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അവരുടെ ആ ഒരു അക്കാഡമിക് താല്പര്യം നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ജീവിതത്തിലും പലതും ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് കണ്ടുപഠിക്കാനുണ്ടാവും. ഞാൻ കൂടുതൽ സംസാരിക്കുന്നില്ല. ഇതുപോലൊരു നല്ലൊരു ഓഡിയൻസാണ് ഇവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇങ്ങനെ വിവിധങ്ങളായിരിക്കുന്ന ഇവിടുന്ന് പോയ 2-3 പേരുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ അവരോട് മിണ്ടില്ല. ഇല്ല സാറേ, ഞാൻ പക്ഷേ അവിടെ പോയിട്ട് ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് കുട്ടികളെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഫസ്റ്റ് റാങ്ക് അവിടെയാണ് കിട്ടിയത്, ഇല്ലേ? ESI മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ്. ഇവിടുത്തെ സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ് ഇവിടുന്ന് പഠിച്ച് എല്ലാം നേടിയതിന് ശേഷം അവിടെ പോയിട്ട് അവിടുത്തെ കുട്ടീനെ ഫസ്റ്റ് റാങ്ക് കൊടുക്കും. പക്ഷേ അതായിരിക്കണം, നിങ്ങൾ എവിടെ പോകുന്നോ അവിടെ നിങ്ങൾ എക്സലൻസ് കാണിക്കണം. റീജ, നമുക്ക് കാലിക്കറ്റ് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ് ഏറ്റവും നല്ല പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് സർജനാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ തൃശ്ശൂർ മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ് ഷൈൻ ചെയ്യാണ്. ഇവിടെ നമുക്ക് വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന ഗോമതി, കോഴിക്കോട് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ HOD ആയിട്ട്. ഇവിടുത്തെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത മാഡം, കാലിക്കറ്റ് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൻ്റെ ഒരു നെക്സ്റ്റ് ആമായിട്ടാണ് ഇത് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അവിടുന്ന് റിട്ടയർ ചെയ്ത എല്ലാ പ്രൊഫസേഴ്സും ഇവിടെയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതൊരു വലിയ ക്യാരക്ടറാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടുത്തെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ബെനിഫിറ്റും അത് തന്നെ. ഇതാണ് പ്രൈവറ്റ് മേഖലയിൽ 200 സീറ്റുള്ള ഏക മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ്. 3 കൊല്ലം കൊണ്ട് 58 PG സീറ്റ്സ് നേടിയ ഒരു കോളേജ്. അത് തന്നെ കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രാവശ്യം PG ഫസ്റ്റ് ചാൻസിൽ ഡെർമറ്റോളജി യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് റാങ്കാണ്. ഇവിടെ MBBSൽ സെക്കൻഡ് റാങ്ക് കിട്ടി. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ എക്സലൻസിന് ഒരു കുറവുമില്ല. ഇതുപോലുള്ള ഓഡിയൻസും ഇതുപോലുള്ള ആംബിയൻസും നമ്മുടെ മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ ഇനിയും ഇമ്പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. തോമസ് മാത്യു അവിടുത്തെ ഫോറൻസിക്കിൻ്റെ HOD ആയിരുന്നു. ഇവിടെയുള്ള പലരും കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ, അതാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഇത്രയും ഗ്രൂപ്പിനെ എക്സലൻസ് കാണിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ രീതിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ അക്കാഡമിക് ഇമ്പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷനും ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഈ ഹാൻഡിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകതയും കൂടെ പറയാം. ഇത് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് അറിയാൻ വേണ്ടി പറയുകയാണ്. കൈ ഇങ്ങനെ വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം തംസ് അപ്പ്, ഇല്ലേ? എല്ലാം നേടി എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടി ഇങ്ങനെ കാണിച്ചാലോ? അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ആൺകുട്ടികൾ തെറ്റിദ്ധരിച്ചു പോയത്, പെൺകുട്ടി ഇങ്ങനെ കാണിച്ചാൽ ഞാൻ നിന്നെ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നു എന്നാണ്. പക്ഷേ ചിലപ്പോൾ അത് ഇങ്ങനെയും പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെയാവും. അതുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾ അതിൽ വീണ് പോകരുത് എന്നുകൂടെ എനിക്ക് പറയാനുണ്ട്. പെട്ടെന്ന് അർത്ഥം മനസ്സിലാക്കാതെ ഇതിനകത്ത് വീണ് പോകരുത്. ചിലപ്പോൾ ഇതുപോലെയാവും. ഇത് തംസ് അപ്പും ആവും, തംസ് ഡൗണും ആവും. ഇതുകൊണ്ട് വളരെ പ്രത്യേകതയുണ്ട്. ഏറ്റവും മിസ്ചീവിയസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇതാണ് തമ്പ്, ഇല്ലേ? മാനിപ്പുലേഷൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഇതില്ലായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കൊരിക്കലും മാനിപ്പുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. മാനിപ്പുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന ഈ തമ്പിനെ നമ്മൾ മാനിപ്പുലേറ്റിംഗ് മാൻ എന്ന് തന്നെ പറയണം. കാരണം ഇത് വെച്ചാണ് നമ്മളെല്ലാം മാനിപ്പുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഈ മാനിപ്പുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന കഴിവുള്ള ഈ തമ്പിനെ നമ്മളുടെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഓർഗനായിട്ട് തന്നെ കാണും. ഇത് പൊളിറ്റീഷ്യനായാലും നിങ്ങളുടെ അക്കാഡമീഷ്യനായാലും ഏതായാലും, ഇപ്പം ചെയർമാൻ വരെ മാനിപ്പുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഈ കൈകൊണ്ട്. കാരണം അത്രയധികം വർക്ക് ഇന്നലെ പാലക്കാട്, അതിൻ്റെ പിറ്റേ ദിവസം ഡൽഹി, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കാലിക്കറ്റ്, ഇങ്ങനെ ഓടി നടക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം ഇതിനെ ഈ കോളേജ് 2 കോളേജുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം നമുക്ക് പാലക്കാട് കൂടെ ഒരു കോളേജുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ അഡ്മിഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രാവശ്യം ആയതാണ്. പക്ഷേ അത് 200 സാറിൻ്റെ വാശി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത്ര ഭയങ്കരമാണ്. നമുക്ക് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. നമ്മളൊക്കെ ആണെങ്കിൽ അപ്പോട്ടെ എന്ന് പറയും. 150 സീറ്റ്സ് കിട്ടിയാലേ ഞാൻ എടുക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രാവശ്യം 100 സീറ്റ്സ് കിട്ടി, പോരാ 150 സീറ്റ് തന്നെ. കാരണം അത് വേണം. ആ സാറിന് അതിൻ്റെ പിന്നാലെ നടക്കുകയാണ്. അതിപ്പോൾ കിട്ടും, ഇപ്രാവശ്യം കിട്ടും. അതാണ് നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കേണ്ടത്. കാരണം ഒരു എൻ്റർപ്രൈനർ, സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു ഞാൻ ഇതിലൊന്നും അല്ല എന്ന്. പക്ഷേ 13 കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് 150ഉം 200ഉം കുട്ടികളെ നമ്മളിവിടുന്ന് പഠിപ്പിച്ച് പാസ്സാക്കി എത്രയോ ഡോക്ടേഴ്സിനെ സൃഷ്ടിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു കഴിവും കാലിബറുള്ള ഒരു അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റർ ഇവിടെ ഉള്ളതാണ് നമ്മുടെ സ്ട്രെങ്ത്, ആ ശക്തി. എന്തായാലും ഞാൻ കൂടുതൽ പറയുന്നില്ല. ഇതിനെത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും എല്ലാ ഭാവങ്ങളും നേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് രാജരാജേശ്വരി മാഡം എത്രയും കാലം ജീവിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് ഞാൻ പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്. ലീലാമ്മ മാഡം, കാരണം ഈ ബോൺ ആൻഡ് ജോയിൻ്റ് നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമാണ് മാഡം. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, sir, for those words of wisdom. Next, we have with us Dr. Usha Devi KV, President, ASI Kerala Chapter. She is currently working as a professor and HOD, Department of Anatomy at Government Medical College, Trivandrum. She completed her MBBS, MD from Government Medical College, Trivandrum, and TCH from Government Medical College, Kottayam. Ma'am has worked in almost all medical colleges in Kerala, holding various posts. She was twice principal in charge and also the former vice principal of Government Medical College, Trivandrum. I feel truly honored to invite you, ma'am, to speak a few words.
Thank you. Respected Narayanan sir, the principal of this institute, Shri Anil sir, chairman, Krishnan sir, the administrator, Asha, the HOD of anatomy, and Meera, associate professor of this institute, my dear teachers, Raira Shri madam and Leelama madam, my dear colleagues from the various institutes of medical colleges of the state, and students and parents of the award winners. Good morning, all of you. Now, it's indeed a pleasure for me to be standing here and addressing you. And I consider this as an honor to be sharing the dais with such eminent personalities. And as you all know, this conference is being held under the aegis of the Anatomical Society, that is the chapter of Anatomical Society, Kerala. I'll keep it short, but it would be ingratitude if I don't pay obeisance to my teachers and the founders of this society. In the seeds of this organization was sown by the doyens of anatomy, late Dr. Pandala sir and Dr. Sharada Devi madam. And of course it was nourished and nurtured by my teachers. Now I stand here as a proud representative of that society. And I thank the organizers for having invited me. Not just that, I appreciate the efforts put in by this college for organizing such a good program. Even the subject, that is, it is noteworthy. The title is unique. As sir said, it is a combination of a Malayalam and an English word. Kai, something to do with Kai, becomes a Kaicon. So much appreciated. The effort put in to even not just the arranging the program, to even name the program. And I wish all success for this deliberations. I am sure that we are going to enjoy a great academic feast. I wish all success to this program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those encouraging words. We cordially invite our ardent and accomplished administrative officer, Mr. Krishnan N., who is a pillar of strength of our institution. He is a supporting bridge between the management and the rest of the institution. We invite you, sir, to speak a few words.
Respected Chairman Sir, our Principal Dr. Narayan Sir, Dr. Usha Madam, President of ASI, other distinguished doctors who are the teachers of our Principal and other senior HODs, Dr. Rajeshwari Ma'am, Dr. Leelama Ma'am, other senior HODs who are present here, other faculties, and all the participants and my dear students. A warm good morning to all of you. Already ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു ഇവിടുത്തുള്ള ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസിനെ പറ്റിയൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പൽ സാറൊക്കെ വളരെ ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇവിടെ ഇത്രയും നമ്പേഴ്സ് കുറവൊന്നുമല്ല ഇവിടെ ഓൾറെഡി വി ആർ ലൈവ് സ്ട്രീമിംഗ് നടത്തുന്നുണ്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ. സോ ദർ മേ ബി മെനി വിൽ ബി വാച്ചിങ് ഓൺലൈൻ ആൾസോ this conference. This is a two-day conference which is organized by our anatomy department under the leadership of our Asha ma'am. Asha Lana madam പറഞ്ഞു അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റീവായിട്ട് കൂടുതലൊന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ അറിയില്ല, ബട്ട് ഷീസ് എ വെരി ഗുഡ് അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റർ, ഈസ് എ വെരി ഗുഡ് ഓർഗനൈസർ. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ വന്നതിന് ശേഷം തന്നെ സോ മെനി ഫങ്ഷൻസ് കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ ആ ഓർഗനൈസിങ്ങിനുള്ള ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് ക്വാളിറ്റിയും how she handles the entire team of the department. Not only that, in the students, how she is just like a mother. In the dissection hall, how she handles the students. And then madam, it's okay, but don't pamper the students. The students are also smiling. They know that. There should be some limit. Not only that, she is a very good teacher also. She handles the classes very nicely. She is fond of teaching also. Not only that, she is a very good writer. He travels. I think she has traveled all over the world. I think she may be one of the only person who has traveled these many countries. She has written so many travelogues. I also fortunate to read some of them. Very good writer also. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു മേഡത്തിൻ്റെ ഇതിലുള്ള ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ തന്നെ കപ്പാസിറ്റി തന്നെ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് അഡ്മയറബിൾ. ഇപ്പോൾ 2 ദിവസത്തെ ഒരു കോൺഫറൻസാണ് ഇവിടെ നടത്തുന്നത്. സോ ഐ തിങ്ക് ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ബി എ നൈസ് കോൺഫറൻസ്. ടേക്ക് മാക്സിമം ബെനിഫിറ്റ് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ഇറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ഐ വിഷ് എ ഗ്രാൻഡ് സക്സസ് ഫോർ ദിസ് 2 days conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful words. We stand tall due to the tireless efforts and constant encouragement from the pioneers of anatomy, the teachers and mentors who paved the way. They are the pillars of strength whose ideals and values continue to guide us. Let's all rise and take a moment as I invite our chairman, Mr. Anil Kumar sir, to adorn the ponnade around the shoulders of Dr. Rajeshwari madam as a mark of our deep respect and gratitude. And I'd also like to invite our principal, Dr. P.V. Narayanan sir, to adorn the ponnade around the shoulders of Dr. Leelama madam as a mark of our deep respect and gratitude.
ഞാൻ എഴുതിയ ഒരു ബുക്കാണ്. എൻ്റെയും ഹസ്ബൻഡിൻ്റെയും ഫോട്ടോ ഉണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾ രണ്ടുപേരും മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസാണ്. അപ്പോൾ രാജേശ്വരി മാഡത്തിന് ഈ കുട്ടികളൊന്നും കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവില്ല. രാജരാജേശ്വരി മാഡം ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഗ്രാജുവേഷനും PG-യും അല്ലേ മാഡം? രണ്ടും അവിടെ നിന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞു. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് മാഡം അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഹനുമാൻ ചാടിയതുപോലെ ഒറ്റ ചാട്ടം കോഴിക്കോട്ടേക്ക്. പിന്നെ കോഴിക്കോട് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ ലെക്ചററായിട്ട് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്ത് പ്രിൻസിപ്പളായിട്ട് റിട്ടയർ ചെയ്തു. അതിനിടയ്ക്ക് ഒരു ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ മോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഹെർ ലൈഫ്, മോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഹെർ പ്രഷ്യസ് മൊമെൻറ്റ്സ് വർ സ്പെൻഡ് ഇൻ ഗവൺമെൻറ് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ് കാലിക്കറ്റ്. മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരുപാട് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഈ റൂമിലുണ്ട്. സാർ അവിടെയല്ലേ പഠിച്ചേ? തോമസ് അല്ല, ഞാനുണ്ട്, നാരായണൻ സാറ്, ഗോമതി മാഡം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, രാജീവ് സാറ്, ഞങ്ങളൊക്കെ മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ബോർഡ്, അത് ഇത് 3D 4D തുടങ്ങി പല കാര്യങ്ങളും ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ അക്കാലത്ത് ബോർഡും ചോക്കും നാക്കും ഇത് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ ആയുധം ടീച്ചർമാർക്ക്. വേറെ ഒന്നുമില്ല. പിന്നെ കുറച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ OHP എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടൊരു സാധനം വന്നു, ഓവർ ഹെഡ് പ്രൊജക്ടർ. പക്ഷേ അതൊന്നും ഉപയോഗിക്കാതെ നാക്കും ചോക്കും മാത്രം ഉപയോഗിച്ച് പഠിപ്പിച്ച ടീച്ചർമാരാണ്. അക്കാലത്ത് കുറച്ചൊക്കെ കണ്ണുരുട്ടിയൊക്കെ കാണിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിലും മാഡത്തിന് നമ്മളോട് എത്ര സ്നേഹവും വാത്സല്യവും കരുതലും ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പിന്നെയാണ് മനസ്സിലായത്. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ അതൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ നല്ലതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടായിരുന്നു. കാരണം 200 കുട്ടികളാണ് കാലിക്കറ്റ് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ അക്കാലത്തും. അപ്പോൾ ഈ 200 എണ്ണത്തിനെ കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യണ്ടേ? അതുകൊണ്ട് കണ്ണുകൊണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒന്ന് കാണിച്ച് കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്തു എന്ന് മാത്രം. പക്ഷേ മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ ആ സ്നേഹത്തിൻ്റെ തണലിൽ വളർന്നതുകൊണ്ടും മാഡത്തിൻ്റെ ആ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷൻ കപ്പാസിറ്റിയൊക്കെ കണ്ടതുകൊണ്ടും ആണ് ഇന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊക്കെ ഈ ലെവലിൽ എത്താൻ പറ്റിയത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ലീലാമ്മ മാഡം, ഇവർ രണ്ടുപേരും എൻ്റെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സാണ്. ലീലാമ്മ മാഡം അതെ, കുറച്ച് എക്സാം ഹോളിലൊക്കെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഭയങ്കര ടഫാണ്, ചിരിക്കൊന്നുമില്ല. പൊന്നാട. ഇനി ലീലാമ്മ മാഡത്തിനും ഒരു ചെറിയ പൊന്നാട. ഇവർ രണ്ടുപേരും ഈ അടുത്ത 2 മാസം 80 ഇയേഴ്സ് ബർത്ത്ഡേ ആഘോഷിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ. രാജേശ്വരി മാഡം ഓൾറെഡി ബർത്ത്ഡേ ആഘോഷിച്ചു. ലീലാമ്മ മാഡം വിതിൻ ഫ്യൂ ഡേയ്സ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു 80 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത് വെറുതെ ഒരു നമ്പർ മാത്രം, അതിലെ 0 നമുക്ക് അങ്ങോട്ട് മാറ്റാം. അപ്പോൾ ദേ ആർ എൻജോയിങ് ദെയർ സെക്കൻഡ് ചൈൽഡ്ഹുഡ്. ഇപ്പോൾ പേരക്കുട്ടികളുടെ കൂടെയൊക്കെ കളിച്ച് നടക്കുകയാണ് രണ്ടുപേരും. ആ സന്തോഷം മുഖത്ത് കാണാം അല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ ഇന്ന് നേരത്തെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു റാങ്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ് വന്നപ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഇവിടെ തിളങ്ങി. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവർ രണ്ടുപേരും വന്നപ്പോൾ ഈ ഹോള് വിളങ്ങി. മാഡം, ഫ്യൂ വേർഡ്സ് ടു ദ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്. ഒരു ചെയർ മാഡം ഇരുന്ന് സംസാരിക്കും.
ആരെയും പേരെടുത്ത് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ കുറേ പേരെടുത്ത് പറയാനുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പേരെടുത്ത് പറയാതെ ഞാൻ തുടങ്ങുകയാണ്. എനിക്ക് വാസ്തവം പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താണ് പറയേണ്ടതെന്ന് തന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഇത് വരണില്ല. എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ കൈ പിടിക്കുമ്പോഴേ ഞാൻ എത്ര അവശയായോ, എനിക്ക് നടക്കാൻ ഇത്ര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടായോ എന്ന് എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ ചിലപ്പം തോന്നും. പക്ഷേ അതിനെ ഒക്കെ മറികടന്നാണ് ഞാനിന്നിവിടെ വന്നത്. എനിക്ക് നടക്കാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ട്, ഒരു പെരിഫറൽ ന്യൂറൈറ്റിസ് ഉണ്ട്, നടക്കുമ്പോൾ വീഴുമോ എന്നൊരു സംശയമുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു വടിയൊക്കെ കൊണ്ടാണ് നടക്കുന്നത്. പലരും എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് വടി ആവശ്യമുണ്ടോയെന്ന്. ആവശ്യമുണ്ടെന്നൊരു ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു, മാണിസാറ് പറഞ്ഞു വടിയില്ലാതെ നടക്കരുതെന്ന്. അത് ഞാൻ അക്ഷരം പ്രതി കേട്ട എവിടെ പോയാലും എൻ്റെ വടിയും കൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ നടക്കുന്നത്. പിന്നെ അനാറ്റമിയെ പറ്റി പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് സമയം ഒരുപാട് ഉണ്ടോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്നൊന്നും അറിഞ്ഞൂടാ. ഞാൻ അനാറ്റമി ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ട്യൂട്ടറും ഒരു പ്രൊഫസറും ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ കോഴിക്കോട് വരുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ആകെപ്പാടെ 2-3 പേരേ ഉള്ളൂ. എത്രയോ വർഷം ഞാനും 2 ട്യൂട്ടേഴ്സും LC ഭാഗ്യം ഞങ്ങൾ 3 പേരും കൂടെ അനാറ്റമി ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് കുറേ നാൾ ഭരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനുശേഷമാണ് ഇടയ്ക്കാണ് ലീലാമ്മ വരുന്നത്. ലീലാമ്മയ്ക്ക് ഇടയ്ക്ക് ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ വരുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് വന്നിട്ടില്ല കേട്ടോ. ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ എന്നൊരു സംഗതി എൻ്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. ലീലാമ്മയ്ക്ക് ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ വരുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ലീലാമ്മ ഇടയ്ക്ക് പോകും, പിന്നെയും ഞാൻ തനിച്ചാകും. ഒന്ന് ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കണം, 200 സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്, 200 സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്, കാലത്ത് ഡിസെക്ഷൻ, ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് ഡിസെക്ഷൻ, കാലത്ത് ഹിസ്റ്റോളജി ഒരു ബാച്ചിന്, ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് ഹിസ്റ്റോളജി ഒരു ബാച്ചിന്. ട്യൂട്ടേഴ്സിനൊന്നും അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. എനിക്കും അത്രയ്ക്ക് വലിയ നോളജ് ഉണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് എനിക്കും അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. ഇവർക്ക് കാലത്തെ വന്നിട്ട് പഠിപ്പിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണം, എന്താണ് അവിടെ ഡിസെഷൻ ഹാളിൽ കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കേണ്ടതെന്നുള്ളത് പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുത്തിട്ട് വേണം നമുക്ക് അവരെ കൊണ്ട് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കും. അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് നാൾ കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അതൊക്കെ തിരിഞ്ഞു നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇത്രയും കുട്ടികളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചതും ഇത്രയും വർഷം ഒരേ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടിൽ തന്നെ കഴിയാൻ സാധിച്ചതും എൻ്റെ ഒരു വലിയ ഭാഗ്യമായിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത്. ഇപ്പം എവിടെ പോയാലും, ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ഏത് ഭാഗത്ത് പോയാലും നമ്മൾ പഠിപ്പിച്ച ആരെങ്കിലും അവിടെ കാണും. ദുബായിൽ ഞാൻ പോകുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഭർത്താവിന് ഒരു അസുഖമായിട്ട് അവിടെ പോയി അഡ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വന്നപ്പോൾ ആദ്യം കണ്ടത് നമ്മൾ പഠിപ്പിച്ചൊരു കുട്ടിയാണ്. ആ കുട്ടിയെ കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പം, വലിയ കാർഡിയോതൊറാസിക് സർജനാണ്, പക്ഷെ കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പം ഇനി ഞാൻ സേഫാണ്, എന്നെ നോക്കിക്കോളും എന്നൊരു വിചാരം നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിൽ വരികയാണ്. അപ്പം അവർക്കും എന്നോടൊരു സ്നേഹമുള്ളത് കൊണ്ടാണ് എനിക്കും അങ്ങനെ അങ്ങോട്ട് തോന്നുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ എവിടെ പോയാലും ആരെങ്കിലും കാണും. അതൊക്കെ ഒരു വലിയ ഭാഗ്യമായിട്ട് തന്നെയാണ് ഞാൻ കരുതിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ തന്ന സ്നേഹത്തിനും ഈ ഉപഹാരത്തിനും എല്ലാം ഞാൻ അത്യന്തം നന്ദിയുള്ളതാണ്. ഓൾ ദി ബെസ്റ്റ്. താങ്ക് യു.
ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ് എവരി വൺ. എനിക്ക് ഇവിടെ വന്നതിൽ വലിയ സന്തോഷം. രാജേശ്വരി ലീലമേ, നമുക്കൊന്ന് പോയാലോ? എവിടെയാ ചേച്ചി? ഇവിടെ അല്ല, മലബാർ മെഡിക്കൽ. ഞാൻ വരുന്നില്ല. നമുക്കൊന്ന് പോവാം, എനിക്കൊരു കൂട്ട് വേണം. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞാൻ വന്നത്. വളരെ വരണ്ടാന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച് പിന്നെ വന്നതാണ്. ഐ എം സോ ഹാപ്പി ടു ബി ഹിയർ. ഐ എം സോ ഹാപ്പി ടു സീ ഓൾ ദ യങ് ഫേസസ് ആൻഡ് ഐ എം സോ ഹാപ്പി ടു സീ ഓൾഡർ ഫേസസ് ഓൾസോ. എല്ലാവരെയും കണ്ടതിൽ വലിയ സന്തോഷം. 80 വയസ്സായി. ദൈവം ഇത്രയും നടത്തി. അത് കാരണം കുറേ സ്ട്രിക്റ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു ഞങ്ങളെന്ന് എനിക്കതിനെ അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. എല്ലാവരും പറയുന്നത് ഭയങ്കര സ്ട്രിക്റ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു. ഞാനെന്ന് എനിക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. നമുക്ക് അനാറ്റമി പഠിപ്പിക്കണം. പഠിച്ച് ചൊവ്വ എഴുതുന്നതിന് മാർക്ക് കിട്ടും, ചൊവ്വ എഴുതാത്തവന് മാർക്ക് കിട്ടത്തില്ല. അല്ലാതെ അതിൽ കൂടുതലൊന്നും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ കൂടെ പോയിട്ടേ ഇല്ല. ഇവൻ ഏത് കാസ്റ്റാണെന്നോ ഇവൻ എവിടെ നിന്ന് വന്നെന്നോ പഠിച്ചാൽ അവന് മാർക്ക് കിട്ടും, അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. അങ്ങനെ അതുകൊണ്ട് അവർ കോൺഷ്യൻസ് ഈസ് വെരി ക്ലിയർ. ഇവനെ തോപ്പിച്ചു, ഇവനെ ജയിപ്പിച്ചു, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും ഞങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ കൂടെ പോയിട്ടേ ഇല്ല. വി വർ ജസ്റ്റ് ലൈക്ക് സിസ്റ്റേഴ്സ്. ഇത്രയും ക്ലോസ് ആയിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങളൊരു ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിൽ കഴിയുന്നത് എത്രയോ വർഷങ്ങൾ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഹസ്ബൻഡ്സ് ബിക്കേം വെരി ക്ലോസ്. വിജയമാധവൻ സാറിനെ കാണുമ്പോഴേ ഡോക്ടർ മാണി അങ്ങ് ചിരി തുടങ്ങും, കണ്ടാൽ മതി. അതേ ബിക്കേം വെരി ക്ലോസ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ മക്കളും വളരെ ക്ലോസാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്രയും വർഷങ്ങൾ അനാറ്റമിയിൽ വെച്ചു. അനാറ്റമി എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊരു ദോഷവും വന്നിട്ടില്ല. സോ ഐ വിഷ് ടു ടെൽ യു ഓൾ ദാറ്റ് യു വിൽ ബി വെരി ഹാപ്പി ഇൻ ലൈഫ്, യു വിൽ ബി വെരി സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ഇൻ ലൈഫ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് എ വെരി ഗുഡ് സബ്ജക്റ്റ്. നമുക്ക് വായിച്ച് ഡിസക്ഷനും ഒക്കെ പോയി ലെക്ചറും ഒക്കെ എടുത്ത് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉള്ളൂ. സോ you have a good future. All the I want to tell all the anatomists, you are going to have a very good future. You are going to be very happy. We were very happy. Taking anatomy was not at all any hindrance. We were very successful. We got all this. നിങ്ങൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞൊക്കെ കേട്ടില്ലേ? ഇത് പറയുന്നത് പകുതിയും ശരിയല്ല. ഇത് പറഞ്ഞൊക്കെ കേട്ടില്ലേ? So I am very happy. My heart is full because taking anatomy was a good decision. So we are happy. എൻ്റെ മക്കളും ഡോക്ടർമാരാണ്. ഒരാൾ കോഴിക്കോട് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ പ്രൊഫസറാണ്, ഒരാൾ മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിലായിരുന്നു, ഇപ്പോഴേ ബേബിയിലാണ്, സർജനാണ്. മാണി സാർ ഇപ്പോഴും പോകുന്നുണ്ട് ബേബിയിലെ സർജനായിട്ട്. സോ താങ്ക് യു ഓൾ.
Dr. Sherin Chako, who secured first rank in MD Anatomy 2023. Navya Thomas, MBBS 2021 batch from Government Medical College, Calicut. Amira Jamal from MES Medical College. Aishwarya ES from Government Medical College, Koni. Behalf of Hridya, Nayana would be collecting the award. The journey of education is not just about acquiring knowledge, it's also about the dedication, perseverance, and passion that drive us forward. With great pride, we are here to honor the outstanding achievement of our top-performing students who have secured the coveted first rank in anatomy. In recognition of their remarkable accomplishment, we've prepared an award that symbolizes our appreciation for their hard work and commitment to academic excellence. I'd like to invite our chairman, Mr. Anil Kumar sir, to hand over the Professor and Sharada Devi Memorial Award and certificate to Dr. Sherin Shako, who secured first rank in MD Anatomy 2023 with her exceptional efforts and perseverance.
Thank you, sir. I would like to call upon our principal, Dr. P.V. Narayanan, sir, to award Dr. K.R. Pandale Memorial Award and Certificate to Navya Thomas, MBBS 2021 batch from Government Medical College, Calicut, for her remarkable achievement of securing first rank in anatomy paper year 2021-22.
I'd also like to invite the parents of Navya Thomas to the dais. I'd like to request the parents of all the award winners to be ready to get onto the dais. Thank you, sir. Amira Jamal from MES Medical College and Aishwarya ES from Government Medical College, Koni shared a whooping first rank in anatomy paper in the academic year 2022-23. I'd like to invite Dr. Thomas Matthew, sir, HOD Forensic Medicine, to hand over the Dr. K.R. Pandale Award and Certificate to Amira Jamal from MES Medical College for securing a rank in the academic year 2022-23. I'd also like to invite the parents of Dr. Amira Jamal to the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Usha Devi ma'am to award the Dr. K.R. Pandale Memorial Award and Certificate to Aishwarya ES from Government Medical College, Koni for exceptional achievement of securing first rank in anatomy paper in the academic year 2022-23.
So these two students scored 251 out of 300. അടുത്ത വർഷം നിങ്ങൾ ഇതുപോലെ വാങ്ങിക്കണം കേട്ടോ. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയേഴ്സ് ഇതൊക്കെ കാണിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ് നിങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് ഇരുത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. 10th സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡിൽ നിന്ന് നേരെ മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിലേക്ക് പോയ കുട്ടിയാണ്. അതെ, കോന്നി മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജ്, ശൈശവാവസ്ഥയിലുള്ള കോന്നി മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരു കുട്ടി ടോപ്പ് വാങ്ങിച്ചതിന് കുട്ടിയെ മാത്രമല്ല അവിടെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ടീച്ചേഴ്സിനെയും മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിനെയും ഒക്കെ കൺഗ്രാജുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യും.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'd like to invite our principal, Dr. P.V. Narayanan sir, to hand over the certificate and book sponsored by Elsevier to Dia MK, Anatomy Topper MMC 2022-23 batch, as a token of appreciation for her relentless efforts and determination. I'd like to invite Aryananda on her behalf. Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to invite our chairman, Mr. Anil Kumar sir, to present the certificate and book sponsored by theme publishers to Naina Krishnan and Hrudya Girish, first year MBBS, who won the model making competition, which was conducted in association with Kaicon 2024. As Pablo Picasso once said, scripture is the art of intelligence. I'm sure you might have seen and admired the stunning sculpture which has been kept outside. We have an artist behind this amazing artwork, Mr. M.G. Ramchandran. He's a modeler and he's been working here since the year 2021. He has served in prestigious colleges before and he's also a freelance artist. I'd like to call upon our principal, Dr. P.V. Narayanan sir, to honor Mr. M.G. Ramchandran.
ഈ ഹാളിന് പുറത്ത് അതിമനോഹരമായ ഒരു സ്കൾപ്ചർ ഉണ്ടാക്കി വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇന്ന് എല്ലാവരും അതിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് നിന്ന് ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്തിട്ടേ പോകാൻ പാടുള്ളൂ. അല്ല, അത്രയും ഭംഗിയുള്ള ഒരു സ്കൾപ്ചറാണ് രാമേന്ദ്രൻ ചേട്ടൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കി വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. Okay. Vote of thanks.
We have come to an end of our inaugural ceremony. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Meera as she prepares to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Meera K, Professor, Department of Anatomy, MMC, completed her MBBS from Vinayaga Mission Medical College, Karaikal, and MD Anatomy from Mahatma Gandhi Medical College and Research Center, Puducherry. She has many successful years of teaching experience in prestigious institutions and published papers on anatomy. Dr. Meera embodies the spirit of gratitude, professionalism, and dedication that we hold dear in our community. As we prepare to hear Dr. Meera's word of appreciation, let us take a moment to recognize and celebrate the invaluable contribution she had made to make this event a great success. Without further ado, I invite Dr. Meera to the stage to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Arya. Thank you, Ashwati, for the kind words. A warm and pleasant good morning to our beloved Chairman, Sir, Principal, Sir, Dr. Usha Devi, Ma'am, ASA, Kerala Chapter President, Dr. Ashalata, Ma'am, HOD Anatomy, and AO, Sir, and other delegates of the dais, online attendees, my dear colleagues, friends, and dear students. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked and supported us to make this event memorable. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank our respected Chairman, Sir, for his wholehearted support and words of encouragement. An event of this magnitude being conducted in such a glorious lecture hall would not have happened if not for his vision. Sir has transformed the medical education sector and has given us the one of the finest institutions in the state. Thank you, sir. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the Secretary and Director of Medical Operations, Sudha Madam, whose perseverance and enthusiastic approach with tons of guidance has made this monumentous event achievable. If not for Madam's commitment in delivering quality education, conducting such event would have been impossible due to niggling issues. Thank you, madam. Now I take the privilege to thank our principal, sir. Sir has guided us on every aspect of this event, from the construction stage to the final execution. He is so approachable and has provided us with valuable inputs for the conduction of this event. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank the ASI, President Dr. Usha Devi, Secretary Dr. Mini, and Treasurer Dr. Smita, and other office bearers of ASI for giving us this wonderful opportunity to conduct this conference in our prestigious institution. And I extend my heartfelt thanks to Rajarajeshwari Madam and Leelama Madam for honoring us with your presence. I would like to thank Shafi sir. Without his help, support and apt intervention, this function will be incomplete. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank the Vice Principal, Dr. Rijesh, Vice Principal, Dr. Paul Raphael, Medical Superintendent, Dr. Ravindran, Deputy Medical Superintendent, Dr. Dinesh, for their support to conduct this event. I would like to thank our former HOD of Anatomy, Dr. Geeta, for having first conceived the concept for this event, and I thank Dr. Ashalata ma'am for beautifully executing it. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the heads of other clinical and non-clinical departments for accepting our invite and gracing the occasion. Thank you. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to all my colleagues, friends who have taken the time to attend this event. At this August occasion, it will be unfair of me if I do not thank the esteemed speakers who have taken time out of their busy schedule and for sharing their expertise with us today. Your commitment to excellence and willingness to travel great distances to share your knowledge with us is truly commendable. And special thanks to Dr. Binoy, who kind-heartedly accepted our invitation at the last minute, despite his busy schedule. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank my proactive, dedicated colleagues who have been instrumental in ensuring the success of this event. Your passion and commitment to excellence have not gone unnoticed, and I'm truly grateful for your unwavering support. On behalf of Kaicon team, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for our esteemed judges for their invaluable contribution. Your expertise, dedication, and impartial judgment have played a significant role in ensuring the success and fairness in the competition. We appreciate the time and effort you have devoted to carefully evaluating the entries and providing valuable feedback to our participants. Thank you once again for your unwavering support and commitment. Now I would like to thank the Administrative Officer, Project Manager Mr. Roshan, Transport Department, Designing, Marketing, IT and Store teams for their support. Now I would like to make a special mention about Mr. Binoy and Mr. Radhakrishnan for the uninterrupted audiovisual support. I would also like to thank the backbone of this event, Mr. MGR, Mr. Santosh, Mr. Chandran, Mrs. Surya and Mrs. Girija for their untiring efforts for making this event beautiful and memorable for all of us. And special thanks and appreciation to Mr. M.G. Ramachandran for making this beautiful model of the hand which is displayed at the entrance. And I would like to thank the young, vibrant, dynamic lot, yes, the students of MMC who have unconditionally volunteered to make this event anything but a grand success. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Last, but certainly not the least, I also want to extend our sincere appreciation to our sponsors, Team JP Brothers Elsewhere, for their support. Once again, on behalf of Department of Anatomy, I thank one and all for your enthusiasm, your positive energy, and your unconditional support. Thank you so much. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you, ma'am, for those words of gratitude. Now we invite all the attendees to take a short break and indulge in some light refreshments, which has been arranged just outside the Sapphire Hall for delegates and for the students in the 6th floor. The break will be about 15 minutes, giving you time to recharge and network with your fellow participants. As 10 minutes. So as we have an exciting lineup of programs ahead, we'd like to resume by 11:25 a.m. So let's take this opportunity to stretch our legs, savor the delicacies, and thus make the most of this networking break.
Welcome back to a more exciting scientific session ahead. I kindly request everyone to take your seats so we can begin promptly. Please ensure your mobile phones are set to silent mode. Without further ado, let's dive back into an enriching session that awaits us. Overview of hand surgery from an anatomical perspective. To guide us through this topic and enlighten us with her perspective, we have honored to have with us a distinguished guest speaker, Dr. Shija Rajan, who is a CAP professor and head of Department of Plastic Surgery, Government Medical College, Thrissur. Ma'am holds a wealth of experience and a plethora of achievements in her field. Her impressive list of publications speaks volume about her commitment to scholarly pursuits and her contribution to the advancement of medical field. She is the chairperson, Board of Studies, Surgical Super Speciality, Kerala University of Health Science. She is National Executive Committee member of Association of Plastic Surgeons of Kerala. Member of National Research Core Committee, Indian Society of Surgery of Hand. She is also a National Executive Committee member, Indian Association of Aesthetic Plastic Surgery. Association of Plastic Surgery of India Visiting Professor. Resource Faculty, NMC Regional Center for Medical Educational Technologies, Kaicon, Kerala. Also, a member of Medical Educational Unit, Government Medical College, Thrissur. She is the editorial board member of Interactive Journal of Aesthetic Surgery and reviewer of Journal of Hand Surgery, Asia Pacific, and Indian Journal of Plastic Surgery, Journal of Cleft Lip Palate and Craniofacial Anomalies. A warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you for the kind welcome. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me express my sincere gratitude to Anatomy Department of Malabar Medical College, especially Asha Madam. It is lovely to see all familiar faces and smiling faces, and especially seeing Asha Ma'am and interacting with her has been a habit to recharge my batteries in medical education units. So it's very nice to see all of you. So I think we are a little ahead of past our time, right? So I hope we'll just get time to rush through this topic right now while doing justice. So I have been called here as a hand surgeon, right? To probably do the vertical integration as we see in medical education. So when I was an MBBS student, I had the fortune of having a lot of very nice teachers. But the thing is that we never thought of why we are studying anatomy, right? So we never had an idea. So only idea was that I should pass the exams. So study something, like in school, pass the exam, right? Is that the way you are also studying? No? You are all you have very dedicated students, madam. And yeah, exactly this thing, because I have a son who is a Gen Z, like you all. So I was talking to him and he didn't do anything to lift my spirits today, because he said, Amma, you've been given 45 minutes to talk to Gen Z. You're going to murder them. They'll have attention span for 5 minutes and after that they'll not listen to you. So I was thinking, oh my God, what did I get myself into? But so I don't want to give a didactic lecture today. And so this mic. So can we have an interactive session instead? So are you with me? Right, okay. So let us have a discussion rather than a didactic lecture. I'm not going to lecture you, right? But we have to do justice to this topic today. So the topic that we are going to deal with, not moving. This is not moving. Okay. Right, is about hand, right? So we are going to see in the course of this discussion whether hand is a divine gift or a miracle of evolution, right? We can call it both. It is given in all the textbooks as the first line, right? So as students, medical students, you know, what is the connection to the story of Sisyphus? Anybody knows the story of Sisyphus? This is used by many motivational speakers right now, so that's what I find. He's from Greek mythology. He was a king of Corinth, but he was not a nice person. He's a cheat, a known cheat. So he cheated all the people in his life, including the god of death, Greek god of death. So Greek god of death, Hades, came to take him to hell, of course. He'll go to hell only, he knew that. So when he came, he cheated the god also. Not 1 time, 2 times, but 3 times he cheated. But finally they caught up with him and took him to hell. So he was given this punishment. So you know what the punishment is? Roll a stone every day, a big boulder, up a hill. Once he reaches that hill and tries to deposit this stone there, that is his duty in Hades. It will roll down. So next morning, he'll wake up again, then he'll push up this boulder up the hill, and then it will come back again after him. So he has to run for his life. Imagine spending a whole lifetime in hell doing this. So what is the connection with anatomy? This is the connection. So these are the people who are rolling up the subject of anatomy uphill for the exams, and your faculty might be telling you, okay, you get it till the exams, get good marks during your MBBS period, and let it go. But on the other side are Binoy and me. Anatomy is still after us, right? We cannot have any chutkara from it. So anatomy is not something which can be left on the top of the hill after MBBS. You have to take it along with that. And the foundation that you're going to get it here is going to take you through your lifetime of practice. Not only surgery, medicine also. Right. So imagine a life without hands. Can you imagine a life without hands? Very difficult, right? Can you live like that? There are people, you know, Vijovic, you might have seen, Nick Vijovic, he's a motivational speaker. He has a tetramelia, right? What is tetramelia? No limbs, but still there is nothing that he cannot do, isn't it? But these are exceptions. Ordinary people need hand for so many things. We do work with hands, we have it, we beautify it because so many nail salons are coming, ladies will be knowing, na? Very expensive things they do. We use it to fight and we use it for caring also, isn't it? So do you think each of these people will have the requirement that a hand surgeon should have, will be posed by each of these people will be different, isn't it? So we have to take that also into perspective. And of course we use it for prayers also. So we prayed for ourselves that we don't have tremor till we are very, very, very old. So looking at madams, I don't think we'll get old very fast, so we have a long time to go, but still it is important that our hands work nicely, right? So functionally that is important. So hand has so much of importance, and this importance of hand is in the interplay of a lot of biomechanics as well as the sensibility. So we can say that it is an eye with which we are interacting with our environment, right? So it is like an extension of us. So that is the importance of hand. And of course we can have pose hand in so many ways. The anatomy of hand is not a new subject. You know, this is the painting by Da Vinci. Everybody knows of Da Vinci? Yes. So, but you are new gen. You're Gen Z. What is Renaissance got to do with you? Whom would you ask rather? Would you ask Da Vinci about your anatomy lessons, or if you want to write an essay, your madam has given you an assignment, whom do you ask? Exactly, ChatGPT. So I asked ChatGPT. You know, DALI is an extension plugin of ChatGPT. So this is what ChatGPT gave me. ChatGPT was pointing me directions how to give this talk. Do you think you are going to get any direction from this? No. So what does it prove? Human intelligence is little better than artificial intelligence, at least now. It is going to overtake us later, but there are certain things in which we have to do dissection. We have to study the books and then learn for now, isn't it? So let us look at hand now layer by layer. So they tell you to dissect by layer, isn't it? So first of all, there is skin. So can you tell me something about the differences between dorsal skin and volar skin? We call it volar, right? Palmar or a volar and dorsal skin. What is the difference? This is thick skin, right? Why is it thick? Because you do all things by the dorsal side or the volar side. So there will be a lot of wear and tear on the volar side, right? So not the dorsal side. So it is thick and it is called glabrous skin, isn't it? So you get skin like this somewhere else also. Where? Right. So if you want to put a graft here, which is the ideal skin, dorsal skin or the plantar skin? Graft means you take piece of, you lose some skin here, you can take from sole of foot and put a similar skin here. So this is what we do, right? We try to, as plastic surgeons, hand surgeons, we try to replace like with like, right? So these skins are different. Then one more peculiarity is there for the skin of the palm compared to the dorsum. Can you try pinching this dorsal skin? Try on your hand. Can you pinch the dorsal skin better or a palmar skin better? Dorsal skin, why is it? It is very loose, isn't it? Why is it so? Because there is a structure underneath to which your palmar skin is very tightly adherent. What was it? Palmar aponeurosis, which is not there on this side. So what is the purpose? Why is it very tight on this side? Suppose you had very loose skin on this side also. You're trying to pick up this pot. What will happen? It will fall because it will slide on your structures underneath, on your bone and muscles, right? So that is why the palmar fascia is there. Everything has a purpose. Every little thing that has been given, even appendix might have a purpose. We don't know, right? So sometimes they come like this. This was referred saying that this is such a mutilated hand that you have to cut it off. And it was referred for specialist care to medical college. But you know what we found? We just put the skin back, right? Skin and the palmar fascia variables. So if you know the anatomy, it is like solving a jigsaw puzzle. So we just put it back and there was some edema, so we do something called a fasciotomy to reduce the edema. So it's the only thing that was required. So look at the importance of anatomy, right? If you know the layers of anatomy, you can appear to be very knowledgeable, whereas you're not doing anything. So this is the palmar fascia, and palmar fascia has an importance. Anybody can tell me what is the pathology that can happen due to thickening of palmar fascia? Dupuytren's. Have you heard of Dupuytren's disease? No, let me show you. Dupuytren's disease is a condition where the palmar fascia gets very thickened, right? So you are seeing the band there. This one, that's a thickening of the palmar fascia and it creates mischief. What mischief does it create? When there is a thickening there, then it will pull on the fingers and it will cause a contracted hand, which the patient cannot use properly. So it starts as a nodule like this. When you're palpating the inside, patient will tell you, if it is a very careful patient, then they'll tell you there is some thickening here. But most patients will come after the cord has formed and then contracture has formed. Right? So the problem here is that there are cords inside which have different names. And how do you relieve it? Simple. You open up the palm and you take out the cords, right? Without damaging the underlying structures. You know what structures are there close by and underneath. So when you're doing, you have to relieve all that things. So how do I play the video? Oh, yeah, okay. See, this is after palmar fasciectomy. Can you see the scar? Can you see any scar there? Nothing, no? So this is very kind of unlike the other sides. This is another difference between the dorsal skin and the palmar skin. This is very kind of non-scarring skin, whereas the dorsum, you cannot do a surgery without scarring, right? So this is the kind of surgeries and relief that we can give if the patient is being brought in before the contracture has set in. So the underlying pathology is the most important thing in correction. So coming to the next layer, you peel off the next aponeurosis. Underneath, what do you see? What are these structures? Whitish things. Here you have the white pearly structures which are called the tendons, flexor tendons. So over the tendons you have something called as fibrous flexor sheaths, right? And what are these? Bursa, right? So those things are there, and once you remove those things, you'll see the tendons underneath. Sometimes people come like this. We call it spaghetti wrist. What is spaghetti? Pasta. Long pasta, noodles, right? So Italian term for that. It looks almost like a pasta, right? With everything. You won't feel like eating pasta after you see that. I don't know why these people have named things like that. Last week I got anchovy when I went abroad. I didn't feel like eating it because I was thinking of anchovy sauce pus. terrible, no? So spaghetti, it is the appearance that there are 40 structures actually which are going from the forearm side to the hand. So that includes tendons, nerves, blood vessels, so many things. So when this guy was a carpenter, you know, carpenters work with a machine called as a router. So when he's a little bit drunk in the morning itself, and then the other guy is also drunk, and they're pulling at one wooden piece, this guy slips over and his hand gets cut on the machine. So this is a usual health hazard of woodworkers. We had actually done a study on that also. We get so many people like that. So we have to pick each and every one of the cut structures and repair them meticulously, right? So that is the spaghetti wrist. Without knowing the anatomy, can you know which to put back where? Right. So next layer. Close to the tendon, you also know that there are nerves, vessels, so many things. When you're doing dissection, this is so meticulous, no? And I think madams do the demonstration now and show them, or do they get to do the hand dissection? They do. So you know it's terrible. It's like a spider web there, and you wonder why these structures are there. This is the problem. In real life, all of these structures have some function or the other. So if you don't repair them, patient will say, I don't feel my thumb tip. And then if he is a smoker, 2 days later, after you repaired everything, he'll smoke, fingertips are numb, and then he'll be holding the stub of the cigarette in his hand and burning all the fingers. We never think like that in anatomy, right? So these are the importance of all these things. Next time do the dissection, you remember that this guy might go and smoke and burn his finger. So you don't, and as a surgeon, if you don't repair it, we are also burning our fingers. You understand, no? So these are the importance of the network. Imagine such a case. 2 kids were playing, which usually happens in every household with a lot of kids. Elder one was holding a knife. Younger one, barely 2 years, tried to grab the knife. And a knife wound happened like this. It looks very trivial, right? It has gone from this side and come out through this side, through the web. But see the kind of damage that it has done. So if you look closely at this hand, can you tell me what is the abnormality that you can pick up? Child is not going to cooperate. The 2-year-old child is crying like anything in pain, and they are not going to cooperate. If you ask them to hold the hand like this, hold the hand like that, you cannot do the examination. But a close examination, can anyone pick any abnormality there? Louder? Claw hand? Claw hand, you need one more view. It will be like that. Partial, maybe, madam, but because the injury is here, we need injury somewhere here for the intrinsics also to be affected. So unlikely to have that, unless that wound has gone like that. It can happen. If the glass strad has gone inside like that, it can happen. But the color is not that good, but you can appreciate anything compared to the fingertips here. Is there any difference here? Looks paler. What about the attitude? Can all of you do one maneuver? Can you put your hand like this? Very loosely can you put? And look at your fingers. Are all the fingers flexed in the same way? Are they? Which is the most flexed finger? Keep it loose like this. Wrist loose like this. Which is the most flexed finger? Little is flexed the most, and which is the least flexed? Thumb is out, yes. It is abducted like this. What about the index? Index is fairly out, right? Not flexed, it is more extended. This is called as the natural cascade. So cascade is because the tension is adjusted in the muscle pull that the little finger should be flexed more and the index finger should be more extended. So that when you try closing your fist now, slowly in slow motion, which finger reaches the palm first? Is it the index finger that reaches the palm first or the little finger that reaches the palm? Little finger, always. And when you are doing your karate, there is one thing that I'm not karate, but I've heard this, that when you are doing a karate punch, there is an assailant coming with a knife to you. You know, you should hold on to if you have taken anybody who has taken self-defense lessons? Anybody? They won't say also. That was a trick question. So if somebody comes with a knife to you, the thing you have to do is hold the wrist and then apply pressure after just proximal to your pisiform bone on this tendon. Press it like that. Then the grip. So next time you try it at home, and don't say that madam has asked you to try. But when you're giving pressure like that, you can no longer form a grip on the knife. Try it now also. You give pressure. Try to keep a close fisted grip. Can you do that? Keep a close fisted grip like this. Then try giving a good pressure. Ask your friend to give a good pressure on your FCU tendon. See if you can keep the grip on it. Hold up pen and see it. Can you? Imagine that you're going, this is a knife. Give a pressure here. Can you? They're not using enough pressure, that's why. You're all very friendly. Okay, so try it later with somebody who you're not very friendly with. So then there are the vessels. So you saw the paleness of this finger, right? That will be due to one of the digital vessels being cut. Obviously it will be cut, isn't it? So digital vessels, you know about the arches and all. Sometimes patients come like this. This was from assailant, knife cut. So the assailant did, it was a defensive wound, right, with the knife. So the bone was chopped, but it was not separated. When do you call it an amputation? It has to be separated from the body. This is not amputation. This is a partial amputation, but it is attached only by the skin tag. But still there is no vascularity. So in that also you have to do a procedure called a revascularization. Jijo will be talking more on that probably, about the technique. Sorry. Right. So but we have to reattach it and also restore the vascularity. So if you do that in a non-amputated but a partially amputated thing, we call it revascularization surgery, right? And without attaching these blood vessels here, you will not be able to restore this. It will become black and go away. Sometimes they come like this also, right? Big machines, chopped off, so you have to put them back. So then we call it as replantation. If it is totally amputated, then you put it back, replantation. Imagine the function of this patient without replantation. 4 fingers lost. Not good, no? This is a very meticulous surgery. So this reuses something called as microvascular anastomosis. So can you imagine, have you seen the digital vessels and nerves? How big is it? What would be the diameter? Very, very small, right? So imagine a suture that can be put around 8 or 10 sutures minimum on a vessel. So you can imagine the size of the suture, right? You can imagine the strain that it takes to put such a suture. But these are done in microvascular anastomosis. So this is a technique that you'll have to master if you want to do such surgeries. Other than that, tissue loss. If it is only skin that is lost, like in burns, you put skin graft. And if you have more tissue loss, like this person was sitting in an auto rickshaw, holding like this, and auto rickshaw turned over. So the whole tissue swiped off on the dorsum of hand. So we take tissue. We always, like I said, borrow tissue from somewhere and put it somewhere. We are like Kaicon kuchunis. We rob the rich and give it to the poor. So we took tissue from here with the blood vessel. Which is the blood vessel there? Radial artery, right? And flipped it over so that it comes to the hand with the vessel. And then here we have other blood vessels. So we put a graft there. But what is more important? Hand is more important than forearm. So this is how we do things, right? Then coming to hand injury. So with this, I think I have illustrated that hand injuries are very important, and if you don't manage the hand injuries properly, patient will be crippled for life. So what do we do here? Can you tell me what is the problem here? He's not being rude at you, right? He's only an 8-year-old child. But what is the problem that he's having? We talked about this thing, right? So do you think this is in cascade? No. But if you look closely, you can also make out that there is a small injury here, a scar is there. So this is old injury, which was neglected. Nobody picked it because he was from a periphery. So these kind of cases also come to us because they notice this problem very later. It would give the best results if you're doing the surgery then itself, fresh, right? But sometimes in the periphery, the skin gets sutured or it doesn't get sutured. They put some ointment and then they come later like this. So this is it can happen in your neighborhood. It can happen in your family, and somebody will ask, oh, this person is a big doctor in this big college. Huh? So, doctor, tell us what is the problem. So now you know what is the problem. And what should be done? Which repair? Flexor tendon repair, right? I'm losing generation Z now, right? So, we have to examine it very well for sensory examination. This is called Semmes-Weinstein monofilament. So, the Semmes-Weinstein is a small filament, so you use it to touch the fingertip. So, the moment, the size that can be appreciated, that will show you the sensory level of the patient. Like that, 2-point discriminations. Between the 2 points, you can keep reducing the distance. If you can pick up 2 points, that is called 2PD. Then you do these are the dynamometers. You want to, these are the things which we use in a daily life, right? You want to pinch things, you want to grip things. So you use a pinch dynamometer, use a grip dynamometer for measurement. You check all the activities of daily living. And if there is a contracture like this, you have to measure. Madam was mentioning about claw hand. Claw is like this. So you measure these angles, and then after correction also you measure the angles and see if it is corrected. So this is how we do the examination. So when you are becoming house surgeons, don't remember this completely and think that, oh, this patient has a hand injury. Please call Jijod sir and do the hand surgery first. He might be having a head injury or a pneumothorax. So always it is the life first. And then if the vascularity is affected, it is the preservation of the limb first, not the digital nerve or anything. And after that, of course, function preservation comes. And then there are situations like the patient is having a head injury, you can wait. Or a blunt trauma abdomen, you can wait. And hand can be done later also. But of course, it is not optimum. So this you have to remember. Second thing is that in a democracy, we say that all are equal. But we all know now, some people are more than equal. Like that, thumb. Thumb is the most important digit. You know why? Can you tell me why thumb is more important? You want to grasp. Imagine having all fingers like this. Can you? Evening or beer what do you do? Can you hold the mug like this? Yeah. Right? So you're going and turning your two-wheeler or four-wheeler key. How do you turn the key? Can you do it like this? No. You need a thumb, right? So thumb is more important. So thumb is always a priority when it comes to reconstruction. So let us go to a clinical case now. So you have to tell me what to do for this guy. Remember, this is a 38-year-old patient, but he's also a pianist. How many of you know how to play the keyboard? Very good. So can you tell me the importance of, sorry, I'm asking your sir the questions now, but let him also be in the hot seat for some time. So can you tell me what is the importance of hand for a keyboard player or a pianist? How important is the thumb? All the chords and? Yes, thumb is very important point. Thumb has to support and it forms an arch over which you are striking the black keys. Then? Yes. So suppose this patient is there. What can he have? It's a very distal kind of amputation, right? He put his, he was repairing his motorbike. This is a very dangerous thing. There are so many videos we've made on this, but still people will switch on the engine and then try to put oil or grease on the cycle chain or the motorcycle chain. Then this happens, finger gets caught, and this is how it happened for him. So sir, what do you think this person will have problem in playing which all functions when he's playing the keyboard? continuity might not be there. When it is healing by secondary intention, we are not doing anything. There will be a scar there. Will that be a problem? Sensitive scar. Handle usually it leaves a very sensitive kind of scar. Will that be a problem when he's pressing? It can be a problem, right? What about the length? You know, I've heard that certain piano lessons, you need the whole length of the fingers like that. So these can be a problem. So any individual, I think we'll skip that. See, these things are there. They have to reach across the octaves, right? So now he's not able to do that. He has to, like sir said, support should be there, which he's not able to do. And of course, sensations and all the movements. So that will be affected. So we are presented every day with these kind of injuries, cut injury, crush injury, avulsion injury, and we do something for that. Graft, claps, everything, we try to close the wound. Sometimes we try to do nothing and allow it to heal by secondary intention. In certain cases like this, it might be giving the best results also. So you have to decide based upon the patient. This is another common condition. This lady is busy in the morning. She has 2 kids who are crying. One has to go to the school and the school bus is about to come. Mixie, she is making chutney, something got stuck. So she tried to put with a spoon inside and spoon slips and then finger goes inside. So for her, I think what is the priority? She cannot go about dressing for 2-3 weeks like that till the wound is closing. We want to close off the wounds in the first sitting itself, right? It's a mother who has small kids to take care of. So sometimes we do closure, but that will be at the cost of loss of a fingertip, but it's okay. For her, is it going to matter much? No, she works in an office, she works in the kitchen, she can do that. So sometimes in amputations also we decide to do like that. Usually, like we said, when we want to hold a hatchet, we want to hold a hammer, the width of the hand is important. So when you're doing amputations also, we try to do ugly amputations like that, but the span is still there. But if it is a dainty hand, a young girl who is about to be married, you know, 1 finger loss might not be appreciated, right? This is more appreciated than this. Sometimes we will not see, or we can put a prosthesis, both ways. Then clinical cases, for like any other part of the body, it can be affected by tumors also. So this is one which I had published. So this is a big tumor, a neuromal sheath tumor, and this patient could completely remove it without affecting the digital nerves and vessels, which is very difficult, but still we could do that. But this person was not that lucky. He is a renal transplant patient with a borderline graft rejection, and the patient was on immunosuppressants. So he had a fungal infection. This happens in them. So he had to remove the finger. So now I've been talking a lot, right? I've been doing a lot of work. We had agreed to have some interactive sessions, right? So can you take a quiz now? I'll stop talking, I'll just ask a question. So I'll give pointers and you have to tell us, madam, you have some sweets or something to give us presents? Nothing? So she'll give you tomorrow definitely, right? Madam promises something, she'll promise, I know that. So let me give pointers. There are 4 arrows. You have to tell me within 5 seconds what these nerves apply to that is. Nerves apply to that area. Median nerve. Okay, good. You have to be more specific. Ulnana has so many branches. Which branch specifically there? Then otherwise, give half a chocolate only. Deep branch. You don't have to give any chocolate. Next, they're going to give a wrapper. Okay. Dorsal branch. Is there something called dorsal branch? Where is dorsal branch coming out? Madam, they have to do a homework also. Give an assignment. And don't ask ChatGPT. No, don't ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT, you know how it is pointing you in the right direction there. Okay, so that is dorsal branch. And it is given off proximal to the wrist. Right? So go and check that. Again median nerve. Wrapper അവിടെ എടുത്തു വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ അല്ലേ? Maybe. അതുമില്ല. Okay. ചോക്ലേറ്റ് വേണമെങ്കിൽ പറഞ്ഞോ, വേഗം പറ. മീഡിയൻ nerve ആണ്, പക്ഷേ which branch of median? I won't ask you. You got the medal, I know. Is it? Palmar cutaneous branch of median. ഇതാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഈ കുഞ്ഞു 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 സ്പൈഡർ നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് മാതിരി കുറേ സാധനങ്ങളൊക്കെ കട്ട് ചെയ്തൊക്കെ കളഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഇല്ലേ? ഇതാണ് പ്രശ്നം. സോ ദീസ് തിങ്സ് ആർ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. പേഷ്യൻ്റ് ഇവിടെ സെൻസേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാവില്ല ഇഫ് യു ആർ നോട്ട് റിപ്പയറിംഗ് ദാറ്റ് സ്മോൾ നെർവ്. ആൻഡ് വെൻ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ടൈം ഹി ഹാസ് ടു സ്റ്റൂപ്പ് ഡൗൺ ഹി വിൽ ഹാവ് നംനെസ് and he might have pain also in this area. So that nerve is also important. One more, last one. Get a chocolate for this. That is very important. That's a landmark for a very important branch of a median nerve. I'll give the clue as median nerve. What is it? ഇത് പോയാൽ പിന്നെ തമ്പിൻ്റെ കാര്യം നോക്കണ്ട. മാഡം നേരത്തെ കൊടുത്ത ചോക്ലേറ്റ് തിരിച്ചു വാങ്ങിച്ചു. Thenar branch, motor branch, recurrent motor branch, have you heard? ഇല്ല. അപ്പോൾ അനാറ്റമി ബുക്ക് എടുക്കുക, ഈ 4 കാര്യങ്ങളും തറവായിട്ട് നോക്കുക. റൈറ്റ്, ദിസ് ഇസ് ദ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ്. ഇത് പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ thumb will be paralyzed. Your thenar muscles-ൻ്റെ സപ്ലൈ ആണ് ഏരിയ. റൈറ്റ്, സോ ഇഫ് യു ഹാവ് an injury over there, your thumb will be lost. റൈറ്റ്, അപ്പോൾ ക്വിസ് മാസ്റ്റർക്ക് തന്നെ എല്ലാ പ്രൈസും ചോക്ലേറ്റ് മാഡം നാളെ എത്തിച്ചോളൂ കേട്ടോ. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് why I said somebody talked about claw hand, no? Madam was saying about claw hand. Can you tell me what is the problem here? So many things are there which should work in a synchronous manner to have a good hand function. Which hand is abnormal? Left hand is abnormal, agreed. So what is abnormality? Why do you say it is abnormal? Not in cascade, yeah. Not in cascade? Not able to adduct, yes, good point. They're not adducting. What about flexing? When he's trying to flex, what is happening? Not folding properly. It should fold like this, right? This is called the intrinsic plus position of the hand. And this position will happen only if which nerve is intact? Ulnar nerve is intact. Why? Because ulnar nerve supplies all the intrinsic and 2 lumbricals. And if they are not there, so this is intrinsic plus, this is intrinsic minus, right? So when he is trying to do a lot of things, so it will not be an exact textbook description, but the patient does not have a functioning ulnar nerve, so he is not able to coordinate things. When he is trying to flex, it goes like this. When he is trying to adduct and hold something, there is gap here. His little finger is always abducted outside. These are all called clinical signs of ulnar nerve palsy, which you will study later on. These are quite important. So, when ulnar nerve problems come like that, we have to open up and do a lot of things. So, we do nerve repair, we do nerve grafting. As you can see, we have done a nerve grafting. We've done a nerve transfer also, which is more recent thing. So, we borrow something. Like we said, kayangalam kuchunni allayangala. So we borrow a twig from median nerve and give it to ulnar nerve to make it functional. Or we do some tendon transfers also. Median nerve innervated aitla muscles under, so we borrow some and give it to the ulnar nerve also. So a lot of things that a hand surgeon does in these conditions. One more thing in a passing mention for ulnar nerve is musicians. Lesser said about piano. There are people who play veena and all, keeping flexed like this. So there are conditions where you have compression neuropathies also. Have you heard of compression neuropathy? Because all these nerves are passing through very tight tunnels. So can you give me an example of a tight tunnel in the hand? Carpal tunnel, very good. So carpal tunnel is one condition. Which nerve is more affected in carpal tunnel? Median nerve. And what about here? This lady might have this. She's holding a weighty object like this in the hand. Ulnar nerve. And what do you call that condition? Which tunnel? Elbow tunnel is called cubital tunnel. Yes, cubital tunnel syndrome. So in those conditions also patients will come to us with paralysis, sensory problems, and also we have to relieve the pressure. And these are important in certain occupations also, right? So those are also something which a hand surgeon has to do. We talked about some people are not equal. right? Hand is also not equal. And as man becomes, or humans become more modernized, the homunculus is going to be even more grotesque. Hand is going to take bigger proportion. And especially, which is going to take bigger proportion? Which finger? The why? All your texting, right? So how has hand evolved? Hand has a very interesting evolutionary history also. So when we came from aquatic, everybody came from the sea, right? From aquatic, we had fins initially. And after that, what happened? We became primates who were living on the trees. Then we came down and then started making tools. Then we became hunter-gatherers. Then we became modern people. Then we became gamers. Huh? So this is how evolution. Can you tell me what are the salient differences you see in this picture between a human hand and an ape hand? Again, thumb. What is the difference in thumb? Exactly. Madam. So what do you mean by opposition? Which joint creates opposition? There is one particular joint which is most important for a human evolution. Carpo-metacarpal, MCQ carpo-metacarpal joint of the thumb, right? This helps us to do this circumduction so that our pulp of the thumb can come directly opposing each of these. Such a beautiful movement, right? And our everything has evolved around this. So that is how you can text, you can game, and if you keep on gaming, this is what is going to happen. Which is not a very good picture, isn't it? So not too much of gaming. Your parents are right. So sometimes, somewhere some people get stuck in that evolution and they retain the web. So apoptosis should happen. You know what apoptosis is? It is a programmed cell death, which should happen somewhere while this child is a fetus. Sometimes spelling mistakes do happen. We are all lucky to have normal bodies, at least what we consider as normal, or socially it is considered as normal. So when we look at the mirror, we might think that we are not normal, and that is how an aesthetic surgeon like me is going to get patients. So we should encourage that, no? Joking only. So that is another field of our practice. Right, that is for another day. So people come like this. Sometimes the bones are fused, sometimes they are not fused. So this condition is called as syndactyly. Can come in families. Unoperated parents, whose parents thought that this was a lucky sign for the family, will bring their children. So much of misery they have because of the hand, which could have been operated when they are children. And some come like this. Have you seen a child with Apert syndrome? What do they have? What is this head problem? Have you finished head and neck? Yes? Then you should be able to say. How many sutures are there in the cranium? When did you finish head and neck? You left it at the top of the hill. Now it is rolling down and catching you. Right? So don't leave those things, head and neck at the top of the hill. It is going to come after you are like Sisyphus. So this is craniosynostosis. It's a premature closure of the sutures. Right? So that is also another homework you have to go back and see. So sometimes conditions like this come. This is called a common craniosynostosis syndrome called Apert syndrome with the characteristic hand problem. Hand will be, so we saw the other syndactyles which were almost shaped like a hand. But in Apert syndrome, it can reach grotesque proportions. It might not even look like a hand. But again, if you remember your homunculus, which is the most important finger? The thumb. So thumb has to be released by 6 months at least. If you're not releasing the first web or the thumb, then later on they might not know how to use the thumb. So this is something which requires priority, right? Yeah. Then this is called sympolydactyly. All kinds of things come to us. And just look at this hand of this small boy. How is it different from the other? There's a slight difference now of all the other syndactyles which you saw. It's brachy also. What is brachy? Short. So short, and you are not seeing any creases here. How many creases should be there on the fingers? Here you have a crease, here you have a crease, here you have a crease, right? And the creases are pointers that your joints are working properly. So these children might not have creases, which shows that they don't have joints. Right? So even if you're releasing, you'll not be able to flex the fingers, so which you have to tell the parents. Otherwise, parents are going to be very upset. You've done the operation and then this is what is the use? The child is holding still like this. So this is a pointer. This condition is called symbrachydactyly, and this is a pollen syndrome. If you see something like that, we always undress the child and see the upper part also. Look at the pectoral girdle. What is the problem here? Pectoralis major and probably minor is also absent. Maybe a rib cage part of it might also be absent. So this is the hollow that you're seeing here. This is pollen syndrome. If it is occurring in a boy, not much of a problem. Or maybe we should not, very little boys' presence are there, so we are not forgetting you. Yes, you can have pectoral implants later if you have a pollen boy with a deformity like that. But for a woman, this condition is called a amastia and a ethelia when the nipple areola is not there. So in that case, you can approach a plastic surgeon and get a breast reconstructed. You know how we do it? Have you heard of silicone implants? Augmentation mammoplasty, which we do for vanity purposes, would you say? No, right? So augmenting the breast is one thing which we can do, but here we are almost doing a reconstruction. So this is our silicone implant. It feels like a jelly. We put it inside, and to cover this area, skin is very tight in the chest. So for that, we bring in skin along with the latissimus dorsi muscle. Again, your anatomy, right? And latissimus dorsi has a blood supply from here. So the rest is like a fan. So from here, we shift the latissimus dorsi anteriorly to the chest wall, put an implant inside so that we can have a breast like that. Right? So this is something which we have to do. And there are hapless children like this, which is called amniotic band syndrome. So they develop tight constriction bands in utero. Distal to that, inside the uterus itself, they might have amputations. So in that condition, so it is surprising that it might look very grotesque, but still if you ask the child to do something, nature has its own way of, you can do everything with this kind of hand. So you have to see what you can give to, what you can offer to them, and what reconstruction they would need. So this is just, I think we can skip it. This is what we do in hand surgery. Just to give an example, this is our syndactyly child whom we saw initially. Right, we mark it. We do incision starting in the dorsum because the neurovascular bundle is more towards the volar side. So we start the dissection from the dorsum. Then we go to the volar side. Then we separate the fingers, keeping the neurovascular bundles on either side intact, right? Are you noticing something? There should be something around here, no? When you're doing a dissection like this, what should be here? In any surgery theater, something should be there, no? What should flow out of here? Blood. Where is the blood? Blood is not there because we do these surgeries under tourniquet control. There is an instrument that we use called the tourniquet, this is a belt which we use on the arm, and we inflate it and control the bleeding. So unless you have a tourniquet, you cannot make out the, it's not like a dissection formalin specimen, right? This will be bleeding. So we do a tourniquet, and so that we can see all these anatomical structures well defined. And of course we use a microscope or the loop, magnification loop also. So coming to last, the advances. Can you tell me, this is also a quiz. Have you seen this picture somewhere? No? How many of you read the newspapers daily? Gen Z. Anybody? Not one. Do you have any online newspaper subscription? No. So all the newspapers are closing thanks to Gen Z. Right. So this is composite tissue allotransplantation. This is something which is an extension of microsurgery. You know that all the structures which I showed was as a graft. We are taking tissues from somewhere, putting it somewhere in the same person. But if can you donate? Can you take from another person? എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ? വേറൊരാളുടെ എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ നമുക്ക് ടിഷ്യൂ? ഇപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് കുറച്ച് ഫാറ്റ് ട്രാൻസ്പ്ലാന്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും കൊടുത്ത് കൊള്ളാമെന്നുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ബ്ലഡൊക്കെ ഡൊണേറ്റ് ചെയ്യില്ല. അതുമാതിരി നമുക്കൊക്കെ ഫാറ്റ് ട്രാൻസ്പ്ലാന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഒരു ആഗ്രഹമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ആരും എടുക്കുന്നില്ല. What is the reason? You cannot give your tissue to another person because rejection, because of immune mechanism, right? But we are giving tissues, we are giving organs. What organs are transplanted? Kidney transplant you hear, liver transplant you hear, cornea transplant you hear, heart transplant you hear. What about hand transplant? Can you transplant hand? So this is the first hand transplant of India, which was done in Kerala in Amrita. It was done in September 2015, right? So this is a brain dead person who cannot be salvaged. So his hands were given to this person. He's an Afghani soldier who was defusing the mines, and then in the explosion he lost both the hands. Imagine this person. It is even, I mean, what kind of life will they have with both the hands not there? He'll be totally dependent on someone, right? And a younger person also. He has a lot of years ahead of at that time. But, you know, another person's hands were given to this person. But there are certain problems with that. Some ethical issues are there. Anybody is feeling any ethical issues in that? If you're giving a dead person's hand to a living person, one is you can control the immune reactions with a lot of drugs. But it is slightly different from kidney transplant or heart transplant or liver transplant. What is it? Louder? Patient can see the hand. Yes. Over the time there is a gender, cross-gender transplant also happened actually for a young girl, proximal hand transplant, but a boy's hand was given to a girl. But over the time, it became like a girl's hand over the years because the hormones are there and they will take care of all the hair and color and everything. That will happen. But more than that, the other procedures are life-saving. Without a kidney, without a liver, without a heart, person cannot live. But what about without a hand? Would this patient have lived? Are we putting the patient more at risk by giving him very kind of strong medicines to suppress his immunity, which puts him at risk of infections, tumors, right? So that was some ethical constraint which they had to overcome. But still, when you ask from a patient's perspective, would you prefer to have both your hands transplanted rather than depending on your parents and without two hands sitting idly like that at your young age? Would you prefer if this happens to us? None of us would prefer, I think, right? So that is the beauty of having a hand transplant also. So these are the happening things. So that's all. If there is, I'm sorry if I bored you. Did I keep to time? I stretched, overstretched? Okay. So any questions that you'd like to ask? All clear and you have slept through it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your wealth of knowledge in a truly engaging and interactive way which kept us hooked to the session. I'd kindly like to request Dr. Raja Rajeshwari Madam to present Dr. Shija Rajan with a memento. Thank you, ma'am. We are honored to have a distinguished speaker, Dr. Binoy P.S. Sir, to shed light on the topic Reconstruction for Bone Injuries. Dr. Binoy is one of the best orthopedic surgeons in the country who brings over 11 years of extensive experience in orthopedic and hand surgery, acquired from leading institutions both nationally and internationally. He completed his MS Orthopedics from Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore. He has done his FNB in hand surgery and microsurgery from Ganga Hospital, Coimbatore, and postdoctoral fellowship in hand surgery and microsurgery from CMC Vellore. Dr. Binoy's expertise spans a wide range of conditions including cerebral palsy, congenital hand disorders, brachial plexus injuries, complex wrist disorders. I'd like to thank Dr. Raja Rajeshwari Madam and Dr. Leelama Madam for gracing this occasion with their presence. Dr. Binoy's expertise spans a wide range of conditions including cerebral palsy, congenital hand disorders, brachial plexus injuries, complex wrist disorders, and hand trauma. Dr. Binoy is also recognized for his role as a respected educator. He serves as a regular faculty member at various national and international conferences. He also has active scientific research with many publications in his credit. I warmly welcome you, sir, to share your valuable insights with us.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be thankful to Dr. Meera, Dr. Hema, and Dr. Rafiq, and HOD Madam for giving me this opportunity to present. So, I'll be talking on the reconstruction of bone injuries. So, I'll start with a confession. So, the confession is like what Dr. Shija has told. So, I am also one Sisyphus. So I didn't, so all of you have to do your anatomy quite really well, okay, not for the exams, but for the future, otherwise you will end up like me. So nowadays I read more anatomy than hand surgery. Before each surgery, complicated surgery, I go back to the anatomy textbooks, I read and then I go. So it's almost like you look at the Google map and then go for a trip. So once you know the route, then it becomes easier. So when it comes to the hand, what differentiates us from the chimpanzee that is mostly the thumb. Okay, the thumb actually is bigger. It is more opposable than a chimpanzee. That is what has happened over the evolution. So this is one of the most distinctive traits of humankind and one of our main sources of interaction with the environment. Just like you read a person by face, you can read a person by his actions. You can read by his, the way he holds his hand or so on. So this is Dr. Girat. He is actually one of the most eminent biologists. He is blind. He does his research. He works in California. He does his research on mollusks. And he does all this work, pioneering work, just by feeling the mollusk. So he has done papers which a person with eyes cannot see. So your hand is almost like your eyes. So let's come to the history of hand surgery. The World War II led to many significant hand injuries, and then they realized people get more handicapped with the hand injuries than with the long bone like tibia or femur fracture. So they thought that you need people to handle the hand injuries separately. So that's why they started the first hand surgery unit in San Francisco by Sterling Bunnell, who is known as the father of hand surgery. The second hand surgery unit in the world was started in CMC Vellore by Dr. Paul Brandt in 1951, and then followed by 1971 in Stanley, then 1989 in Kasturba, and 1991 in the Ganga Hospital, Coimbatore. So Newton has told, in the absence of any other proof, the thumb alone would convince me of God's existence. So let's come to the role of anatomy, what it has to do with the anatomy. So these are words from Dr. G. Karthikeyan. He was a professor of plastic surgery in Madras Medical College. So that is the truth. So it starts from anatomy, it ends with anatomy. So the best part is yet to come. The best part is getting married to an anatomist. Okay, so the one in the middle is my wife. So the other two are her friends. So this is a photo which, like, you know, it was taken when they were doing MBBS. So they all were actually thinking of taking something else, but they went on to work with this amazing person, Professor Arunachalam Kumar. So he was a great anatomist. He used to head the Department of Anatomy in KMC Mangalore. So they all ended up taking anatomy. So the person on the green, her name is Preeti. Now she is HOD in KSEGDE, Mangalore, and Dr. Remya is also working there. So the best part was not that. When I joined orthopedics, it was quite easy. Those times there was no Google. You can't just go and search Google. You have to just take the books and go through it. So it was very easy. You come home, you ask questions, she will tell you things, and it was very easy. And like it's shown in the cartoon, she was ready to quit because of my stupid questions, but always I console her, like, you are the teacher, so you have to teach me and you have to make me better. So she ended up, because of my constant stupid questions, so she ended up getting the gold medal. So like behind every successful woman, there is a man. So coming to the hand, we know that the hand bones are smaller, but they bear as much load as the long bones. So in younger people, we see the injuries mostly due to the sports activities. In the middle age, it is work related, and in the elderly, due to the falls. So we have something called the strength of the bone. So that is a measure of resistance to form of deformation. If you are actually using force on the bone, where it fails, it gets a fracture, right? So we have something called a stress and strain. So stress is it offers a resistance to the force. The bone which offers the resistance is called the stress. So at some point it gets bent, it gets lengthened, or it gets bent. So that is called the strain. So the stress and strain on any bone will depend on its thickness and length. The larger bone will have lower stress than the smaller bone. The longer bone will have lower strain than the shorter bone. So the key to success in surgery is to know the structural anatomy, functional anatomy, and surgical anatomy. So if you come to the incidents, these are the most common fractures of upper extremity. So the outer rays, especially the thumb and little fingers, are the most commonly fractured. And the most commonly fractured bone, if somebody is asking, is the distal phalanx or the middle bone, middle finger. So there is this joke like the sick goes on actually consulting doctors because he is having this constant pain, and ultimately nobody actually could find out because it was a fracture. So he was telling that if I really don't remember the joke. So it is most often ignored, and the most common is in the 10 to 14 years. So these fractures are not like other fractures. You have to deal them carefully because you can fractures which you need to put a plaster, you have to put a plaster. Which you need to have a surgery, you need to put a surgery. In the long bone, you don't have much of a doubt. But be it femur or tibia, you have to operate, means you have to operate. That's all. So until the early part of 20th century, these fractures were all managed non-operatively. So the history of management actually is limited to the last 100 years. So even today, vast majority of these fractures can be successfully managed by non-operative measures. So we have so many determinants of treatments. There are fracture specific and patient specific. So if the fracture is in a particular location, if the geometry is in a particular way, then you can put a plaster. If it's in the other way, then you have to do the surgery. And the age, occupation, handedness, systemic illness, so many things. For example, if the fracture goes into the joint, we always prefer to do a surgery because you need to maintain the joint integrity. If it is outside, we can always try a plaster. Like a transverse fracture is more stable because the bone will sit on the other one. If it is spiral, it has a tendency to slip. So these are the this is a rotational. If you see the fracture, it is very trivial fracture actually. So this patient is actually a surgery PG, presently a surgery PG in Kottayam Medical College. You can see that when he flexes, the finger is actually rotating to one side. Just imagine a surgeon, if he end up with a rotated finger, he won't be able to do the surgeries, right? So sometimes, why though the fracture is very small, which you hardly can make out, it causes so much rotation is because what is that thing which is attached to there? It is the interossei. So the interossei actually will pull the fragment and it will rotate the finger. Okay. And these are open fractures which we always prefer to do some procedures. So these are the patient specific. So when the patient comes, this is what we say. So that is what often happens with the patients. They always think what this alveoli is telling. When you give them options, you tell you can put a plaster, you can put a wire, or you can put a plate. Then they really feel this fellow is totally alveoli, and so you have to tell them. It maybe works in US and UK and all, but here you have to tell them this is what you need. You need a plaster. There is no confusion. They should not get confused. You should put a plaster. You should put a plate. You should put a wire. That's all. You should not, like Pavanadi, you should not give options to our patients, okay? So, but this is the theoretical aspect of it. So, we have the treatment methods are like immobilization with plaster. Percutaneous technique means the wire. We just put a wire through the skin, that is called a percutaneous. Sometimes we open the site because we are not able to reduce it, because sometimes the muscles can get in between. Ligaments can get in between, so we open and reduce it. So ultimately the funda is that when you do a surgery, the ultimate outcome should be better than you put a plaster. Only if you know that you will give a better, then only you should operate. So let's come from carpal bones, then the metacarpal, then the phalanges. So the carpal bones, I'll be just telling you about two bones. So you know the scaphoid. Okay, the scaphoid is special because this is the only carpal bone that bridges we have two rows of carpal bones, right? One is the proximal row, then the distal row, right? So this is the one which connects both rows, okay? And 80% of the scaphoid is covered by the articular cartilage also. So the blood supply is also different. So it comes from distal to proximal, not from proximal to distal. So what happens is when you have a fracture distally, there is more chance for union. As it comes proximally, the chances of union get lesser and lesser. Okay, so when it's a distal fractures where the blood vessels enter, we always treat with a cast. But as it goes proximally, we tend to do the screws, and sometimes if it doesn't join, we end up using the bone graft and put a screws. Okay. So this is one interesting thing. In the proximal pole, sometimes it becomes very avascular because that is the end point of the vessels, right? So to make it vascular, what we do is we take vascularized graft from the radius. So between the compartment, between the first extensor compartment and a second extensor compartment goes a small vessel which goes and dips into the radius. So we trace that vessel, and where it dips into the radius, we take the bone graft from there, so that graft has vascularity. Okay, it is called a vascularized bone graft. And this is the one actually. So, and the one which is shown in the scissors is the vessel actually. So then we take the bone graft based on that, and we put it at the fracture site and then fix it. Now comes the lunate. Lunate is also very prone for avascular necrosis because of its vascular pattern and osseous anatomy. So some people can have an I pattern. I pattern means there is only one vessel enter, that same vessel exit. So if something happens to the lunate, if a fracture, then it becomes avascular. Okay. Now there is a pattern called X, where you can have up to 4 vessels. There is another pattern called Y. So we found that then the studies, anatomic studies have found that the persons, like the cadaveric studies have found that the person with obviously the I pattern is more prone for Kienbock's disease or avascular necrosis. And there is this fracture dislocation also. So where the wrist is actually quite a complex joint because it has multiple bones, multiple ligaments, so it can fail at multiple levels. So there is an injury called perilunate, like around the lunate all the ligaments will fail. So next to lunate is a scaphoid, on the other side is the triquetrum. So scapholunate ligament, lunotriquetral ligament, all these fails and the wrist itself will dislocate, which is called the perilunate dislocations. So these are very grievous injuries. It's not like other injuries. Many times in hand or in orthopedics or in any other subjects, even if you don't diagnose in time, you can always make it better or get it better. So perilunate is one injury. If you miss by 1 week, patient will lose 50% of the function. Okay. So, and it can cause 56% of arthritis in patients if you delay it. But if you promptly recognize it, you can actually get near normal functions also. So this is a lunate dislocation. You know that over the lunate is the capitate sits. It's in an alignment. So in these cases, the lunate actually dislocates. You can see that lunate is totally outside and it is in the forearm. So coming to the metacarpal fractures. So these are fractures. You know the metacarpal has a head, it has a neck, and it has a shaft. Okay. Head fractures are very rare. So if it happens, it goes into the joint like this, which we fix with, like Pavanadi, we use the exotic instruments and we fix it with screws and plates. But they are all prone for stiffness. Next comes the neck fractures. Like many times what happens is, especially in Tamil Nadu, we like, you know, in Rajini movies and all, they'll be hitting like this and they'll be walking next day like, you know, without any issues. But what usually happens is when they hit, no, the knuckle, actually the head gets hit to the this thing and the neck actually fractures. So there will be an angulation. Okay. So they end up having a metacarpal neck fractures. So they tend to angulate. They tend to angulate because of the intrinsic muscles. So if you know the anatomy, we know how it will angulate. If you know the anatomy, you know how to correct it. You don't know the anatomy, you don't know to correct it. It's very simple. Then you become an average orthopedician who will pull and use his muscle to get it corrected. Because there are injuries where if you pull, your muscle can get intervened. Then you will not get the reduction at all. So the moment you see the fracture, then you should not be looking at the bone. No, you should not be an Arjuna, like you should not be just looking at it. You should be thinking what is causing it, why it is bent that way. So if it is a introchea, you should relax the introchea. For example, in this case, it is angulated volarly, right? You have the introchea on the volar side. You have the lumbricals on the volar side. So to relax it, what you have to do? You have to flex this joint. Now your introchea is relaxed. Then you push it. Then it will come to reduction. If you pull it and try to reduce it, it will not come. Okay. So we have made these indications like for us, it is very difficult to remember. People make fun of orthopedic surgeons, no? Like heart is one organ to pump antibiotics. So like that, we make things very simple. 10 degree, 20 degree, 30 degree, 40 degree. It's very simple. 10 for index, 20 for middle, 30 for ring, and 40 for little. So this is the reduction maneuver which I was telling you. To relax the intrinsic, flex the MCP, then reduce the fracture. Once you reduce it, then you fix it with a wire. Okay. So when a patient has a fracture, when it gets more displaced, that means his introchea is more injured. So he will tend to develop more swelling. So if it is a grossly displaced fracture, we should not put a cast, because the interossei is torn. You have the branches from the deep palmar arch. It can form a hematoma. It can swell up. Okay. So spiral fractures occurs when there is a torsional force. But if you, even if the force is only makes you 5-degree rotation, it can cause this much of overlap. It can cause almost 1.5 centimeters of digital overlap. So these are the fractures, and these are our fixation methods with the wires or with the plates. And there are fracture dislocations which happens. So the dislocation happens because there is a muscle attachment. So as you know, except the ring finger, all other finger metacarpal base has a tendon attachment. Little finger has ECU, middle finger has ECRB or extensor carpi radialis brevis, index has extensor carpi radialis longus, and thumb has APL. So they have a fracture, it will displace. It is only the ring finger, if it fractures, will remain stable. Okay. So this is how it displays. You can see that it is actually gone down. This fragment is not in the same level as this. So it has gone down. So usually it won't stay with the plaster because the muscle is very strong. It is a wrist extensors. It is not a small muscle. Like it is not a small muscle like palmaris longus. So the wrist extensors are quite powerful muscles. So they will displace it more. So if you know this anatomy, you can always explain to the patient also. Then they will understand. If you just, nowadays, patients, like, they want to know the reason why you are doing it. Be it plaster, be it surgery, whatever it is. So you just tell them, you just talk to them scientifically, most of them understands. If you just tell them pain blankly, you need a surgery, they will not going to take it. Okay. So anatomy is helpful in many ways. In family situation also, when you get into an argument or something, then you start telling today I operated, then this median nerve was going this way, and then she will get distracted, then she will say, yeah, there is a there is a branch which can go. So so that is one way you can escape from an argument also. I mean, so if any of your husband is a surgeon and if you start suddenly discussing anatomy, then you should be you know. So these are the fracture dislocations which happens with an index and middle fingers. So the thumb fractures also. So like we have extra articular fractures, intra-articular fractures, all these things. So here you see a small fleck of bone, extremely small fleck. Unless you look for it, you will not understand it. You will not, I mean, you will miss it. So that fleck comes from the ulnar collateral ligament. So both sides of the joint you have ligaments, you have the collateral ligaments. So it is attached to the bone. So when there is a sudden force, it can actually come off. So that fleck is not, that is not the fracture which is important, it is the ligament which is attached to that fragment. So that means that fleck is there means the joint is totally unstable. Okay. So in this also, if you look at the angulation, it has angulated because you have the thenar attachments towards the proximal phalanx base. So that is the one which actually is pulling the distal fragment molarly. So if you have to reduce it, you have to bring your thumb in front to relax the thumb muscles, then reduce it. If you keep it like this, you cannot reduce that fracture. Okay. Then comes the thumb base fractures called Bennett's and Rolando. So we know that the APL is attached to the thumb metacarpal base. So this is one absolute indication for a surgery. Okay. So you can see that there is a small fragment there. The big chunk is pulled by the APL proximally. Okay. Proximally, and APL comes from a common extensor, comes from the ulnar side towards the radial side. So it will tend to supinate also, the thumb. So if you have to reduce it, you have to pronate the thumb. Okay. That is a very key point when it comes to the reduction of this fracture. So everything is anatomy. You need to know what muscle is attached, where it comes from, how it will pull. So you need to pull it in the opposite way to get the fracture reduced. So these are the distal phalanx fractures. So distal phalanx fractures most often happens with a direct hit injury, door crush injury. So this Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, he was actually made fun of because in some program he was trying to hammer it with the hammer parallel. So I'm 100% sure he had hit himself as a kid. He would have, because if you keep the hammer like he has held, there is less chance you will hit your hand. There is more chance you will hit the nail. If you keep it ulta, there is more chance you can actually slip and hit it. Okay. So there is an interesting fracture called a Seymour fracture, which can actually happen usually with kids, especially with the door crush injuries. It will just look like an innocent just nail avulsion, but there will be a fracture, which will be an open fracture, and there will be issues with the growth, and there can be a problem with the infections. And the distal phalanx, only two fractures you need to be careful. One is called the mallet injury. To that fragment is your extensor tendon attached. So if you don't be careful, what happens is there will be a fingertip drop. The patient won't be able to extend the fingers. And next is a FDP avulsion. FDP attaches to the distal phalanx base. So the patient will tell suddenly there was a pain, and when he flexes, this is how it will look like. Because FDS is acting, he will be able to PAP join, but the tip he won't be able to flex. Okay. So this is how it will look like in the X-ray. It will look like a small fracture, but it is the tendon which is attached. Okay. So these are notorious injuries. These are called the PIP fracture dislocations. This happens here. The any joint is like a box-like structure. In the PIP joint, there is a volar plate. On both sides, there is collateral ligaments, and dorsal side, there is a capsule. So when there is a volar plate injury, it is a volar plate which held the finger in neutral. When there is a volar plate injury, it tends to shift dorsally. So these injuries are often missed. So you can see that actually the joint is slipped behind. So that only if we suspect and we take a proper X-ray, we'll actually see it. Then we put this exotic frame called Suzuki frame. So this may be of interest to you because the middle phalanx base is very anatomically similar to the hamate. So this paper actually was published by a team of surgeons from UK. So it is very similar to the, so when there is a fracture, long-standing fracture, and the base is gone, what we do is we take the hamate, distal part of hamate, and we replace it with the middle phalanx base. So this is called a hemihamate arthroplasty. So we take the hamate like this, then we fix it with the screws. So you can see that this guy who's so we always play music. So I mean I can't mute it. So in the theater, so okay. Sometimes patient gets some offended. So I always ask the patient whether I can play music. So some will say, yeah, you can. Some will say, please play some old Malayalam music. So I'll play old. So you will put it in the Spotify like that, or Hindi, whatever, depending on the patient. Anyway, I have to listen. Otherwise, I get distracted without music. That is the problem. So you can see that now with the surgery. So this was actually a finger. He was not able to, even with the force from my side, I was not able to bend it. So it was a totally stiff hand. From that, it has come to a stage where he actually can move it. Actually can bend it. Okay, that is just because this was actually something people were actually very scared of because there was no solution to it. Then one fine day, one person discovered the proximal middle phalanx base is identical anatomically to the hamate distal articular surface. The moment that person discovered that, then the game changed. Okay. So as I said, this is the one surgery PG from Kottayam. You can see that his finger is actually rotating. So he's actually, he is a this thing and a surgery PG, and he was put on a plaster. Just because I think they didn't realize that the fragment, that tiny fragment, there is attachment to those tiny muscles called the interosseous. Okay. I mean, we tend to look only at the fracture. We don't tend to think beyond that. If they had actually thought, okay, there is a lumbrical attached or a interosseous attachment, and it can actually rotate, then this is one thing which we actually should have done the surgery. So these are the dorsal interosseous attachments. So that's all. I think I have been quite a boring session after Shrija madam. So that's what I was scared also. I wanted to tell madam that I want to do the first talk, then let her talk.
Thank you, sir, for coming here and accepting our invitation despite of your busy schedule and enlightening us with your presence and expertise. I kindly welcome Dr. Sudha ma'am to present a memento to Dr. Binoy.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. There's a short notice. There's a demonstration of the software, Complete Anatomy from Elsevier, which is exhibited outside. Those who are interested, kindly visit their store and take a look at the demonstration.
The next section is on reconstruction of neurovascular and tendon injuries. As a highly accomplished plastic surgeon with extensive experience in this field, I am delighted to introduce Dr. Jiju Joseph, Consultant, Department of Plastic Surgery, MMC. He earned his MBBS degree from Government Medical College, Thrissur, and did his MRCS in 2018. Earned his doctorate of National Board in Plastic Surgery from Apollo Hospital, Chennai. He also completed his fellowship in hand surgery from Chelmsford, UK. He is a gold medalist in plastic surgery in National Board exam for the award of Doctorate of National Board. He has also got many publications in his name. Without further ado, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Sir to share his knowledge on the topic Reconstruction of Neurovascular and Tendon Injuries. Sir, please.
So good afternoon, my seniors, teachers and colleagues. The topic of discussion today is the tendon and neurovascular reconstruction in the hand surgery. So we'll be talking some basics about these perspectives, not the advanced stuff. So if you have any doubts, any sort of doubts at any point in time, kindly let me know so that we can break, clarify and then move on. Okay. Now, the first thing in the talk is the tendon reconstruction. Okay, so as some of the speakers spoke previously, there are two types of tendon in the hand. One is a flexor tendon and the other one is an extensor tendon. So the flexor tendon helps to flex or bend the fingers and the extensor tendons, they help to straighten the fingers. Now, if you look at the flexor tendon, they could be either intrasynovial or extrasynovial. So what do you mean by intrasynovial or extrasynovial? The intrasynovial part of the flexor tendons are those that are encased within the flexor sheath. So if you look at the image here, you can see that there is a lacerated flexor tendon there, and this is the flexor tendon sheath. So this was opened for exploration and repair of the cut tendon. Okay. Now, the intrasynovial flexor tendons, they get the nutrition via the synovial fluid that's present within the flexor sheath, and also via the vincula. So if you look at the flexor tendons here, this is the short flexor tendon, and this is the long flexor tendon, and these attachments are called as vincula. So they add to the blood supply to the intrasynovial flexor tendons. Now, if you look at the extrasynovial flexor tendons, that means those tendons that are not within the flexor sheath, they get their blood supply via the paratenon. So this image is of the repair of the extensor tendon, not the flexors, but just to show you the paratenon. If you look here, there are fine, filmy, reddish structures that line the tendons. Those are called as the paratenon that provide blood supply to the extrasynovial tendons. Now, if you look at the healing of the tendons, of flexor tendons, there are two ways by which they heal. One is intrinsic healing, and the other one is an extrinsic healing. By intrinsic healing, what you mean is the healing of the tendons by the tenocytes, or the tendon cells that are produced by both ends of the tendon. And these cells also do migrate to outside the tendons as well. Now, as the name suggests, extrinsic healing refers to healing of the tendon from the cells that are seeding from outside to the inside. So which one do you prefer? For a proper healing, we need a good intrinsic healing of the tendons than the extrinsic healing. But even though that's a theoretical thing, even with a good meticulous tendon repair, it's always a balance between intrinsic and extrinsic healing. You'll have a combination of both. So now, what happens when you have more of extrinsic healing? So what you mean by an extrinsic healing is, in case if you have a major crush injury and you're repairing in a crushed zone, or if you do a prolonged immobilization, you'll have more of extrinsic healing. Now, what's the implication of an extrinsic healing? You'll have more adhesions, more stiffness, and a severe restriction of movement. All right. Now, how do you do or how do you favor intrinsic tendon healing? There are different factors or different steps that you can do when you do a tendon repair to favor intrinsic healing. Now, if you look at that, you can see that a good tendon repair would mean placing a good core suture and a peripheral suture. So core suture, as the name suggests, those are the sutures that you place inside the tendon, or those are the sutures that give majority of the strength to the tendon repair. So this is one of the popular technique that we use to repair the flexor tendon. It's called as double Kessler technique. So if you look at the steps of doing a good core sutures, you can see that when you do more number of core sutures, you get more strength. And next one is the suture purchase. So what do you mean by purchase? Purchase is the distance that a stitch travels from the tendon junction towards the place where you take a bite. This is called as a locking stitch. And this is where the stitch grabs a portion of the tendon so that the stitch won't cut through the tendon. There are two types of locking. It could be a locking or it could be a grasping stitch. And locking is the type of stitch that we prefer than a grasping suture. And when you have more tension, a better caliber, and when you do a locking stitch, you get more strength for the core suture. And additionally, for you to get better strength, you can add a peripheral running suture as well. This is what you mean by a peripheral stitch. And again, to add on to the good peripheral stitch, you can do more number of runs, a good suture purchase, and good caliber. So if you do these things very meticulously, you can make sure that you favor more of intrinsic healing than extrinsic healing. And to add on to this, if you start an early mobilization, like say second day or third day of surgery, you could get a good range of movement. Now, this case, this is a patient who presented with a cut injury in the left ring finger here. Even though the wound looks very small, it was quite deep, so that you can see that she was not able to bend the ring finger. And on exploration, you could see that the tendon was cut and the same was repaired. And as Shija madam was talking, you could see that she could get a good normal cascade of the fingers immediately after the surgery. Now I'll be showing the videos of two persons who had flexor tendon repair, one in the right middle finger. You can see that he's able to do a good full range of flexion, and the left one shows the flexion in the left index finger post repair. Now we move on to the extensor tendons. When compared to the flexor tendons, the extensor tendons distally they are thin and flat, and proximally they are thick and rounded. Now the extensor tendons also have similar pattern of repair. You need to do a good core suture and a peripheral running suture. The core suturing technique for the proximal extensor tendons are similar to that of flexor tendons, that you can use a double Kessler or different types of core suturing techniques. Whereas when you go to the distal zones where the tendon is flat and thin, you might have to use a figure of eight suture or a matter suture. Now this is a case that shows the cut injury in the zone 4 extensor of the thumb here, in which the first and third dorsal compartments were cut. If you look at the post-operative video after 2 months, the first one you can see that he is able to do a good radial abduction, and the second one you can see that he was able to do a good and full extension of the IP joint, which are essentially the functions which are done by the tendons in the first and third extensor compartments. Now we'll move on to the nerve reconstruction. So we have seen that there are 3 main nerves that supply the hand, that gives the sensation and the motor innervation to the hand. They involve the radial, median, and the ulnar nerve. Now what are the basic principles that involve the nerve repair? So when you look at the first image, this is how a nerve appears in or within a cut injury. So the ends are serrated, so you need to trim and smoothen the edges before you do a repair, and you need to do an immediate repair. So what do you mean by doing an immediate repair? So immediate repair always refers that you need to do the repair as early as possible and immediately. So how early or how long can you wait? Theoretically, they say that you can wait up to 2 to 3 weeks to do a repair. So what happens when the repair gets delayed? So when you do a delayed repair, the nerve ends can retract and you won't be able to do a primary coaptation anymore. And when you do a repair, that holds true for a nerve, vessel, or a tendon. You need to do a good tension-free repair. So what do you mean by a tension-free repair? So by tension-free repair, what you mean is there are different ways of assessing it. It's basically a clinical assessment, but some authors say that when you stitch a nerve with a single 9/0 suture, the stitch should not break nor the epineurium should not tear. So that's how you assess the tensioning of the nerve repair. So what happens or what next if you're not able to hold both the nerve endings with a single stitch? So that's when you have to decide that you cannot do a primary coaptation and you will have to move on to do a nerve grafting. And the next step is you need to do just minimum number of sutures to hold the nerve endings together. Now, how will you do a good repair? When you do a nerve repair, it's very important that you align the vesicles properly and in a good direction. That means you can see a vesicle here and you can see a vesicle here. So this has to align properly, and that means that this cannot go here nor this cannot go there. It's not very easy, just like the way how you see in the diagram on table or within the wound. So how to make things easier? So how you do that is you try to align the blood vessels which are present on the surface or on the epineurium, or also by spotting the small vessels which are present within the nerve. Now, this is a man who presented with a cut injury in his left ring finger, and he presented to us after 2 months with a very painful neuroma. So we opened up the wound, and we saw that there was a nerve gap of almost 1 to 1.5 centimeter. So one of the good bridging material or nerve graft material to reconstruct the digital nerve is the posterior interosseous nerve graft, which is present on the back of your hand or back of your wrist. So the nerve graft was harvested, and this was used as an interposition nerve graft to reconstruct the digital nerve defect. So this is another case that shows the repair of the radial sensory nerve on the radial dorsal aspect of the forearm. This is another case of brachial plexus injury. The wound that you see there is in the supraclavicular region, and we have identified a good trunk here, and this is the distal nerve edge. So this is one good place that where you cannot do a primary or direct coaptation. So how do you do a reconstruction? Or how do you get the nerves to come together? That's by using nerve grafts in between. So we have used sural nerve grafts. You can see 3 cables to bridge the nerve defect. This is another guy who presented with a cut injury in his left distal forearm. Again, he presented after 3 months with a very painful neuroma, and he had findings of ulnar nerve paralysis in his left hand. So on exploration, you could see that this was the place where the cut was there. There was a small scar tissue with a neuroma. So we excised the scar, and we could see that there was a significant nerve gap, which was again bridged with sural nerve grafts. And these small fluffy materials are the fibrin glue that we used to reinforce the nerve repair. Now let's talk about the vascular reconstruction. Again, there are 2 main vessels that supply the hand. One is the radial artery, and the other one is the ulnar artery. Now, when we talk about the repair of vessels in the hand, there are 2 main terminologies that we should be familiar with. One is a microsurgery, and the second one is a super microsurgery. So what do you mean by a microsurgery? So repair of the vessels under an operative microscope. So when we talk about the size of the vessels in the distal forearm and hand, the size that we are talking about will be somewhere around 2.5 millimeter, and that goes lesser and lesser towards the tip of the finger, where we talk about the size of the vessels of 0.5 millimeter or less. And that's when the terminology, the super microsurgery, becomes more important. Now when we talk about the principles of vessel repair, one of the major steps is to clear the adventitia that's present around the vessel. So this shows the clearing up of the adventitia. So why is it important? The adventitia carries small nerves. So when you clear the adventitia, you are clearing the spasm of the vessels, and these adventitia can also form thrombus if it gets inside the vessel. Now next step is to trim the margins to make it smooth and clean, and on the top image you can see that we are flushing the lumen with heparinized saline. There are 2 purposes for this. One is to dislodge any thrombus which is present inside the lumen, and the second thing is to line the cavity or endothelium with the heparin so that the thrombus formation can be prevented. Now in the bottom image you can see that we are using a special equipment called as a vessel dilator to dilate the lumen and also to relieve the vessel of spasm. There are 2 techniques or 2 major techniques for a vessel repair. it's called as either a end-to-end repair or a end-to-side repair. So when you look at the end-to-end repair, it's technically easy. You just align them together and put a couple of stitches. But the risk associated with is more chances of spasm and thrombus formation. But when you look at the end-to-side repair, it's technically a bit challenging. It's a bit difficult compared to the end-to-end repair, but the chances of spasm is much, much less, and the patency rates are higher. Now again, as we have talked about the tension-free repair and the nerve repair scenario, the same holds true in vascular reconstruction as well. The vessel should be aligned in place without tension for you to get a good repair done. If that's not possible, you need to interpose a vein graft between the vessel ends. Now we'll talk about a couple of cases where vascular reconstruction or vascular repair was done. This is a case of amputation of the right hand just proximal to the distal palm arteries, and the entire structures from the bone, tendons, nerves and vessels were put back. The surgery is called as reimplantation, and the most important step in the reimplantation is a good vascular repair. That means you need to do an artery repair and a venous repair as well for the amputated part to survive. And the next is a case of 3-finger amputation of left hand. The middle and ring fingers were sutured directly on the top of the stump. For the index finger, the type of amputation that we see there is called as a volar oblique amputation, where you can see part of the second phalanx and the third phalanx, and this is the flexor tendon. So if you could cover the defect with a good soft tissue, you could preserve the length of the finger. So that's exactly what we did. We harvested a small tissue from the second toe along with the blood vessels. So this is called as a second toe flap along with the blood vessels and the nerve. This was transferred onto the second finger, and the vessel repair and the nerve repair was done. This is the image taken after 2 months, and you could see that she could do all kind of activities with her left hand, and she has already started gaining the sensations. Next is a case of post-burn contracture of the right hand at the wrist and at the level of fingers. If you look at the wrist, it's contracted. For you to have a good grip at the hand, you need to have a good extension of the wrist. That's very important. Now what we did was, we released all the contractures around the wrist. You could see some tendons, nerves and blood vessels here, and we also lengthened the flexor tendons at the wrist. So how to proceed with this? You need to have a good cover there so that it won't contract again. So we decided to take a tissue from his thigh. So this is called as a free tissue transfer. So this tissue was harvested from his opposite thigh along with the blood vessels and transferred to the defect. So in this picture you can see that this was the flap or tissue that was transferred, and this is your radial artery, and this is the blood vessel of the tissue that was transferred. So in the video you can see that this is the pedicle that's pulsating following the repair, and you could see the pulsation all along the pedicle. This is immediately after the repair, and after 2 months you could see that his wrist is nearly straight. Now this video depicts the repair of the ulnar artery. It is on table immediately after releasing the clamps. Now next, this is not something related to hand. This is a lower limb reconstruction who had a major crush injury of the lower limb. Now a similar free tissue transfer was done, and this was the flap that was transferred. You could see the flap vessel falling short here, and your donor vessels, that means the anterior tibial vessels, were right there. So how are you going to reconstruct the entire gap of roughly 8 to 10 centimeter? So we used 2 vein grafts, one to bridge the artery and the other one to bridge the vein. So if you look at the image, if you look at the video, you could see that the vein graft along with the flap vessel is pulsating quite well. vascularizing the flap. Now, for all these structures, may it be the nerve, tendon, or the vessel, the most important thing is you need to do a meticulous, tension-free repair for getting optimal outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your mesmerizing words. As a token of heartfelt gratitude, I call upon Dr. Usha Devi ma'am, President, ASI Kerala Chapter, to present a memento to Dr. Jijo Joseph. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We dearly value your feedbacks and suggestions. Kindly spare a few minutes to fill out the feedback forms that are being distributed. They'll be collected back by the end of the next session. Thank you, ma'am. Up next, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to our renowned speaker, Dr. Ravi Kumar sir, Department of Anesthesiology, MMC. He graduated from WIMS Bellary, did his DA and post-graduation in anesthesiology from MRMC Gulbarga. He is currently working here as Professor, Department of Anesthesiology. His expertise and insights will undoubtedly enlighten us on the topic Silent Guardians, Navigating Anesthesia in Hand Surgery. We welcome you, sir, to deliver the talk.
എക്സ്ക്യൂസ് മീ, ഈ ടോക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഉടനെ അനാറ്റമി ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിലെ എല്ലാ കോളേജിലെയും അനാറ്റമി സ്റ്റാഫും PGസും ഇവിടെ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കണം. ഒരു 15 മിനിറ്റ് കൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ജനറൽ ബോഡി മീറ്റിംഗ് തീർക്കും. ഓക്കെ, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ലഞ്ച്. അപ്പോൾ അനാറ്റമി ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിലെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സും PG സ്റ്റുഡൻസും ഇവിടെ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കണം, ആരും പോകരുത്. താങ്ക് യു.
Good afternoon all. Actually, today I am going to give a talk about anesthesia for hand surgery. Here, what exactly I want to give one message is anatomy is the guru for all the things for your success of technique. So I am going to start from this message. So here, mainly the anesthesia, we are going to talk about this hand surgeries. Hand surgeries refers to procedures performed to treat traumatic injuries or loss of function resulting from diseases like advanced arthritis of hand or crush injuries, any injuries or diseases causing hand deformities. So purpose is mainly to treat the broad range of problems that affect the hand, its function, structure, function. It may be because of cuts, burns, crush injuries, or any disease process. Here, the anesthesia will be given either general anesthesia or regional anesthesia. So mainly, we are preferring a regional anesthesia for all hand surgeries, most of the times. It may be major nerve block or minor nerve block or a wide local infiltration. These are any one of these three things will be selected and given to the patient so that we can have a successful surgery. So general anesthesia is the one, what we can define is as a drug induces a loss of consciousness during which patients are not able to be aroused even by painful stimulus. So when you make the patient totally immobile and painless situation has been given to the patient, then the surgery can be performed and a functional anatomy or success of the surgery will come out beautifully. It is GA is comprises a triad, a hypnosis, amnesia, or analgesia with immobility in response to the noxious stimuli. And here mainly I would like to stress on regional blocks. That is peripheral nerve blocks. It may be major nerve block or minor nerve block. If you are giving only, if you are giving anesthesia for one nerve, it's called as minor. Anything more than 1, 2, 3 or plexus is called as major nerve blocks. So here we will be using a local anesthetic to infiltrate in and around of the nerves, which will prevent the nociceptive impulses from reaching the central nervous system. So efferent signals to the blood vessels, muscles and viscera that will be blocked and protecting against reflex responses to the postoperative pain and the phenomena of wind up. So not only intraoperative period, even the post-op, it is going to make a difference for the pain relief. Once the pain is relieved, the recovery will be very fast. So that is the concept in providing a peripheral nerve blocks for hand surgeries. Advantage is reduced physiological derangement with the surgeries, and there is a less risk of pulmonary aspiration compared to GA, and provision for postoperative analgesia. Reduces incidence of DVT. That means like any trauma or immobility to the veins or arteries, all those can cause thrombosis. Especially the vein, which is more prone for thrombosis post immobility or prolonged surgeries. So that can be reduced if you are preferring for regional blocks or peripheral nerve blocks. And another one thing is reduces blood loss after surgery. Most of the times when you give a block or a local infiltration around the block, it is going to mainly blocks even the sympathetic nervous system in and around, which is supplying through that peripheral nervous system. So that causes mainly a hypotension or vasodilatation that will be helpful in reducing the blood loss even during intra-op as well as post-op. So for everything there is an indication, there is a contraindication. I would like to start with the contraindication for the peripheral nerve blocks. Absolute contraindication when the patient refuses. And in that time when the patient says, I do not want any pricks, I don't want any pain to be felt before the starting of surgery, that is an absolute contraindication. You cannot go beyond the patient words or request. Next is infection or coagulopathy, and if the patient is allergic to local anesthetics, and if there is a severe hypovolemia or severe valvular diseases like from the cardiac point, all this can cause a contraindication for our peripheral nerve blocks, that is major nerve blocks. And relative is sometimes sepsis, a generalized septicemia is existing second to the infection from the any trauma or infection, already systemic infection may be there, that is also one of the contraindications relative. And already neurological deficits there. Neurological deficits will mainly may cause medico-legal issues rather than really absolute contraindication. Because already if there is some deficit is existing in because of the trauma and all, that time they may say, because of a block, it might have caused a more injury to me. It would have attributed more, caused a more damage to my nerves and all. So it will become more medico-legal issues. In that time, it will become a relative contraindication to perform the peripheral nerve blocks. And if the patient is uncooperative, definitely it will be very difficult to provide the blocks to the patient. And especially uncooperative means they will be having severe pain on the time and all. We can't go for the blocks directly by using ultrasound guided or blind or any stimulating method, all those things. It will be very difficult to perform. That is also one of the relative contraindication. And if it is a demyelinating lesion that is also better to avoid peripheral nerve blocks. So here I put this brachial plexus picture and different approaches for hand surgeries. Just I am going to speak regarding only to the upper limb surgeries, either arm, forearm or hand, wrist and hand. So here, if you know the anatomy of the brachial plexus, then only success will be near to the 100%. If you do not know the anatomy, you will be a failure person on that day with that patient. So you must know the depth of the anatomy of brachial plexus, exactly how it is forming and how it is continuing and where it is supplying. And as an anesthetic point of view, as an anesthetist point of view, I would like to say that we have the different approaches, but here we have got some 4 or 5, we can say. Main is, first is intrascannally block, next is supraclavicular approach, next is infraclavicular, next is axillary, next comes wrist block and distal block. So this wrist block, distal block will be usually performed by the surgeon himself. Most of the times, as anesthetists, we will be performing intrascannally, supraclavicular, infraclavicular, axillary. So these are the names as given according to the site where we are going to block the nerves, according to the how there been the course of the nerves has been studied and understood. According to that, we are going to block, and according to the site, it is going to give a proper blocks and proper anesthetic field to the surgeon to perform. In this, intrascannally will be preferred for most of the arm surgeries, whereas supraclavicular will be preferred for lower 1/3 of arm, forearm, wrist. But why for hand surgeries? Most of the hand surgeries will be performed using tourniquet. The tourniquet is the one really, it will be like 100 to 120 millimeter above to the systolic blood pressure. The pressure will be inflated so that the arterial supply to the arm will be, and to the distal will be blocked. In such a time, it causes severe pain. Rather than surgical pain, the tourniquet will be most unbearable to the patient. That can cause a complete uncooperation by the patient. In that situation, we have to prefer such a block so that the surgeon should be able to do the surgery comfortably for hours together. It depends on the duration of the surgery and depends on the tourniquet time also. So that time, at least we must make the patient immobile and painless. For that reason, we will be preferring most of the times supraclavicular blocks for hand surgeries. And we can combine supraclavicular and axillary together for provision of the anesthesia to the hand surgeries. So for this, you must have the sound knowledge about the anatomy of that nerves in and around the vascular structure. So come to the some history about brachial plexus. So it has been performed first by 2 famous surgeons, Halsted and Crilley, in 1884 and 1887. If you go to the history of anesthesia, there was no specific branch to say that it has been done by a specific person like anesthesiologist or anesthetist. It was all used to be experimented by different people in different circumstances, different scenario and different era. So this the brachial plexus has been done first by a famous surgeons, okay, not by saying that it's the only anesthesia. Anesthesia has been evolved from the ages from surgical branch, and now it's become a specific branch. Both surgeons first exposed how they exactly performed this. First they exposed the brachial plexus and applied the cocaine to this neurostructure under direct vision. That was the day how it started. But now the days has been totally changed. No need that to expose the brachial plexus or anything. We can, without exposing, we can have so much of advanced technology. We can perform a better techniques. Better anesthesia can be provided to every patient with minimal invasion and minimal injuries. And next, after that, they made a percutaneous approach to the brachial plexus in 1911 by Hirschel and Hüllenkampf. That means without exposing, without cutting the skin, we can perform the blocks. That has been percutaneous approach. Winnie has further clinically has shown the relevant anatomy of brachial plexus, has led to refinement of technique and recognition of the role of brachial plexus blocks in the treatment of symptomatically maintained pain syndromes involving upper extremity. So this is where the change has took place for a brachial plexus blocks. Now I am coming to a specific methods like intrascannally, supraclavicular. And intrascannally is the depends between the anteroscannally and middle scannally muscles. There the nerve roots C5, C4, C5, C6, C7, all those roots will be running in between the 2 muscles, that is anteroscannally and middle scannally. Where exactly between 2 muscles, that is inter. The words itself always explains what exactly the technique is. Interscalene, between two scalenus, that is anterior and middle scalenus. That is the space existing. That space as carrying the nerves are running in between through that two muscles, where we can infiltrate some local anesthetic and we can block the transmission. So that's called as interscalene approach. Here it has got some complications. Always we should know the complications first. If you know the complications, then you know how to prevent and how to treat. That is more important. Here, nerve injuries can cause, like phrenic nerve injuries, it can lead to diaphragmatic paralysis, Horner syndrome. That is a temporary ptosis, chemosis, anhydrosis. That is the symptoms or signs we can elicit. And recurrent laryngeal nerve blocks can sometimes happen, and sometimes total spinal can happen. And after that, if you are giving more local anesthetic, which is beyond the requirement of the body, it can cause the toxicity. Whichever exceeds, even they say that if you are drinking milk also, excess also, it become poison after a certain time. Like that, body doesn't require more means it will become toxicity. So that is, if you are injecting more local anesthetic, it can cause local anesthetic toxicity. So one of that is the complication can be seen with every blocks anywhere in the body if you perform, that can cause. And vascular puncture, most of the times, not most of the times, every nurse, most of them, Dr. Joseph sir has spoken that neurovascular bundle. Nerves and vascular system, they run together. They're like a brothers and sister or mother and kid, whatever it may be, whatever relation you want to take it. They always run together. So whenever you're doing some blocks, always we can expect some vessel to be next to it. So that you can injure and you can make a hematoma because of the injury to the vessel. So another one thing in interscalene block, what it can cause is ulnar nerve sparing. Ulnar nerve can be spared in interscalene block, that can cause the sparing in the hand surgery. So that can become an incomplete anesthesia. For that reason, I already told that interscalene and other technique, interscalene axillary or interscalene supraclavicular the axillary, and axillary with the mid-humeral block or axillary with individual nerve blocks can be performed together to gain the ultimate goal should be providing a painless situation to the patient, totally make pain free. That's the only one ultimate goal during the type of intraoperative period. Postoperative period, provide that analgesia or anesthesia for the another required amount of days or time duration to the patient to make painless. How much the patient become pain free, that much will the success will be more to the surgery and its results. So that is the ultimate thing we have to gain always with the surgery. So this is one of the method, paresthesia method. See, already told one like percutaneous approach. This is the percutaneous approach where if you are very good in clinical anatomy, surface anatomy and all, if you have profound knowledge about it, you can mark where exactly interscalene muscles are. And once you able to make out interscalene where exactly at C6 level, once you roll down behind the clavicular head of the sternocleidomastoid, if you roll your finger down, you will get two muscles, that is anterior scalene and middle scalene. In between that, you can feel the space, and you have to keep one finger there, index finger, then you have to put the needle, that is stimulating needle is there, that is stimuplex needle. We can use that and we can stimulate using the current, and we can elicit the motor response in the distally, that is forearm and wrist, in the fingers. Once you get that good moments, then you can infiltrate the drug around the plexus. So that is one of the method, that is a technique. So next technique is ultrasound guided. Most of the times nowadays we have been so advanced that ultrasound has been used not only for diagnosing pregnancy or making something to say that liver to see liver and all, but really ultrasound has been used left and right extensively in Department of Anesthesia, especially for provision of the blocks and for central vein cannulation or arterial cannulation also. Here we are using the ultrasound using linear probe, and we can make out the plexus and we can see, and then we can inject the drug in and around of the nerves, not into the nerves, around the nerves. We should never inject into nerves. If you inject the local anesthetic into nerves, it is going to make a permanent cut in the transmission of the impulses. That we cannot do that. So you should always inject around the nerves, not into the even to the nerves, around the nerves only. So these are the one technique just I shown that is we can see that one picture is showing subclavian artery, it has been mentioned, first rib, lungs, and brachial plexus. The brachial plexus will be seen on ultrasound just like a honeycomb appearance. That is, a honeycomb pattern will be seen on the ultrasound. When you able to visualize that honeycomb, this one, then you can inject the drug using a blunt needle. That is, there is a special needles are available. We can use IM needles and we can inject the drug into the around the plexus, but the injury will be more with the sharp needles. So to prevent the injury to the nerves, we are going to use the stimulplex needle, the special needles, where the tip will be blunt and it may reduce the injury to the nerves. So that is going to reduce the injuries. So these are the so many modifications and techniques. Our technology has been advanced so to that level to prevent the injuries. And this is a infraclavicular block, and this is mainly for indicated in forearm and hand surgeries. As I said, using ultrasound, we have to make what exactly the structures are. Here in infraclavicular, below the clavicle, that is infra, below the clavicle, we have to see the structures, that is vessel, that is artery and the vein. When you see the artery, in and out of that, you will see the median nerve, radial nerve, and ulnar nerve. So you have to identify using ultrasound machine. Then you have to inject around 5 ml to 6 ml of the drug, local anesthetic, like anything. We are using lignocaine, ropivacaine, bupivacaine, all those things that can be just infiltrate around that nerves, so that will blocks the transmission and will provide the anesthesia for forearm and hand surgery. Why I am telling this means, if you don't have knowledge of anatomy, you cannot perform all these techniques, and you will never get any success without the knowledge of anatomy. So whatever the site you are approaching, whether interscalene, supraclavicular, above the clavicle or below to the clavicle, that is supraclavicular, infraclavicular, or in axial region, you should know how the nerves has been the course. If you know the course along with it is bundled with the vascular system. If you know which is artery, so you will come to know which is the nerve, which is superiorly, inferiorly, or medially, laterally. According to that, you have to identify, then you have to infiltrate the drug, so that you can provide a anesthesia to specific part where really it is required. That is the one thing. Or you can combine all the things together. So this is the axillary block. I said that you can see the ultrasound image. The patient hand upper limb has been extended at 90 degree. Then ultrasound probe has been kept using the stimulplex needle. We identified the artery, vein, and we are going to inject the drug in around that. So there are in axillary block also, approach may be transarterial through and through. You can puncture the artery, then you can infiltrate the drug. Or without puncturing, in and out of the artery, you can infiltrate the drug. And paresthesia. Sometimes some facilities there won't be any ultrasound machine or nerve stimulator. That time you can do it blindly, percutaneous method. You have to take 2 needles technique, one about to the axillary artery, one to the below artery, and you can see the dancing of the 2 needles together. They'll be keep on dancing with every pulsation. So that is the only one indication that it is in the sheath. Then you can infiltrate, inject the drug above and below. That is called as perivascular infiltration using blind techniques. So these are the different approaches in the axillary to provide anesthesia for forearm and hand surgeries. Axillary is the one which can provide a best anesthesia for hand surgeries. Supraclavicular with axillary you can combine, and you can provide effective anesthesia for provision of the hand surgeries. It depends on the drug which you are using, like long-acting drugs or short-acting drugs. Whichever is needed, according to the duration of surgery, you have to select the drugs, and you should give. And additives we are using nowadays, we are using dexmedetomidine and opioids like fentanyl, morphine, all those things can be added, and even steroids is added along with the local anesthetic to provide extended duration for the surgery. That is the one. So this is the one, mid-humeral block. This sometimes it is preferred. At the level of mid-humerus, you will keep the probe and you will identify the artery, then the muscles, and along with that we will be able to appreciate individual nerves and all the 4 nerves which are to be there, median, ulnar and radial and musculocutaneous nerve. All these will be identified and it will be blocked individually, so that it can give a better relief for hand surgeries. This is also one technique has been used. So this is the you can see the picture, what before local anesthesia and after local anesthesia, how exactly it has been in and around of the nerves has been infiltrated. So distal block. This is used for minor surgical procedures with single nerve distribution such as wound exploration, small accident repair. Like median, radial and ulnar, we can individually block accordingly where it is. And median nerve block, the landmark we have to see is brachial artery. If you know the brachial artery properly, then the median nerve, you'll come to know what exactly has been located or situated in the elbow. And medial to the artery is the one the median nerve will be always will be lying. So that should be blocked using paresthesia technique or nerve stimulation or ultrasound guided. And it is usually procedures indicated in anterolateral surface of the hand. So if they are doing the surgeries only anterolaterally, then we can prefer to give only one nerve rather than blocking a whole lot of the plexus. We can block only one nerve. So radial nerve, same way we can in between brachialis and brachioradius muscles. So if you know the properly where the brachialis and brachioradius muscles and 1 to 2 centimeters lateral to the biceps tendon, you can identify or you can locate the radial nerve. There you can provide the anesthesia. When the surgery has been performed on dorsolateral aspect of the hand, that is thumb, index, middle and lateral half of the ring finger up to the distal interphalangeal joint. You want to operate only that part. Then without tourniquet, that time we can give only single nerve block for radial nerve. For that, so depending upon the dermatomal distribution, you have to select that nerve and you have to give the anesthesia. That is more easy and lesser complications. Why we are preferring individual nerve blocks? To reduce the complications. That's it. And ulnar nerve blocks, same way. It has been providing the sensory blockade for medial aspect of the hand, including the 5th digit and medial half of the 4th digit. In such surgeries, we can provide individual nerve block. Wrist block. So here we are going to block radial nerve, median nerve and ulnar nerve at the level of wrist. The word itself explaining wrist block. At the level of wrist, at the proximal crease and distal crease, you have to see. At proximal crease, you have to mark properly the radial artery pulsation, then flexor palmaris longus and flexor carpi radialis, and all these things should be marked, and according to that, radial nerve, median nerve and ulnar can be blocked. It is the most easiest block can be performed for performing the sometimes hand surgeries without tourniquet. And distal block, when they are performing the surgeries on fingers and all, they can block individual digits, and they can perform these blocks. So for all these, you must know where exactly the drug should be infiltrated or injected. See, it is on the dorsal side, not on the palmar side. Palmar side will be very painful when you are injecting. So if you know the anatomy properly, where exactly it should be blocked, dorsal side only you can inject. 1.5 to 1 ml is enough to block the distal nerves. So that really gives an effective anesthesia for sensory relief or sensory block for operating on the any distal interphalangeal joints, all those things. Okay. And this is the one which is most commonly used by plastic surgeons themselves. Wide awake local anesthesia, no tourniquet. We don't want to use the tourniquet, and we want to keep the patient conscious, awake, oriented, talking to the patient, talking to the surgeon, and so that they can have the 100% faith in the surgeon that yes, the surgeries has been performed on me is very clear and I am going to get good results. That faith is a more important thing rather than anything else. What you are doing wonders in the world, you must make the patient or people to believe what you are doing. If you are able to get that faith from the patient, you are done. So here in this, when the patient is awake and all, they can infiltrate local anesthesia in and out of the where the injury is there. They can infiltrate layer by layer and they can provide the anesthesia and they can perform the surgery without tourniquet. But most of the times, crush injuries, blast injuries, all those things, are traumatic injuries. They require tourniquet. Without tourniquet, it is not possible. This is possible only for a minimal injuries. Possible. It is that such a time we can use this Valant. It is called as Valant technique. So main advantage is decreased cost and enhanced patient safety, and no fasting is needed. Sometimes, most of the times, we anesthetists we always say NPO, nil per orally, is will have fight with the surgeons. How many hours the patient has fasting? Oh, he's taken water. No, cancel. Postpone for another 6 hours. Come after 6 hours. By the time patient, the surgeon will be losing the golden hour. he will say, "Arey Baba, I am losing my 3 hours. It's a golden time. 30 minutes. Vascular injury is there, nerve injury is there. I want to do within 3 hours, 30 minutes. Make it fast." And anesthesia said, "No, no, no, no. This is our rule. Is that ASA rule is that? And please come after 3 hours. Come after 6 hours." So surgeon can decide. Okay, Baba, I don't need your requirement. I will do something best possible. Means they can go for this. Just joking, but really anesthesia is not like that. Now the things has been changed, and our guidelines has been changed from nil per orally. For just I would like to add one last point. NPO status is 2 hours for clear fluid like water, and mother's milk and 4 to 6 hours. And if you are giving the milk like buffalo milk or cow's milk, it is 6 hours. And if it is solid food, it is 6 to 8 hours. So, but in emergency, if the time is called you for to take up the case and there is no time, you can't lapse the time, and the golden hour is exceeding, golden time is exceeding, that time you should bypass all these rule and you have to take up for the case. So you should take all the measures to start the surgery as early as possible by taking all precautionary measures to prevent the aspiration. That's it. So this is regarding this one. So assessment of the blocks, how will you assess? So here also you need knowledge about dermatomes, anatomy again. So if you know the dermatomal distribution and all, with sensor you can use the pinprick or temperature where all the anesthesia has been started. But if already injury is there, you can't do that. You have to assess distal to that or proximal to that. And motor, this always you'll see the power. So just I would like to tell about some words about the drugs. Local anesthetic use bupivacaine, levobupivacaine, propionate, lidocaine, all those things. So it is a long acting and is a medium acting is there. And here I want to give a take-home message. Success of block hidden in knowledge in anatomy. So if you have the knowledge in anatomy regarding the nerves and nerve roots, then only your technique success will come to 100%. Or else you can't get the success. So anatomy is a guru for all the techniques that has to be accepted and it should be validated. Always we should bow our head to the knowledge of the anatomy. That's it. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching talk. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sheila Shivan to present a memento to Sir as a token of appreciation for his exceptional contribution in today's gathering, which will undoubtedly have a lasting impact in all of us. I hope that everybody has filled in the feedback form that has been distributed earlier. We will be collecting back them shortly. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We have had a morning filled with enriching discussion and valuable insight into the topic at hand. We are extremely grateful to our extreme speakers and your active participation. As we have reached the midpoint of this enlightening event, it's time to shift the gear from an informative session to a much more exciting event, the prize distribution. I would like to invite Dr. Usha Devi, President, ASI Kerala Chapter, Dr. Mini, Secretary, ASI Kerala Chapter, Dr. Smita, Treasurer, ASI Kerala Chapter, and Dr. Ashalada Ma'am and Dr. Meera Ma'am onto the dais for gracing the prize distribution event. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ashalada Ma'am to hand over the mementos to the judges of e-paper competition. Dr. Beena Nambia, Professor and HOD, Department of Anatomy, Government Medical College, Kannur. Dr. Sheila Shivan, Professor and HOD, Department of Anatomy, MES Medical College, Perandamalla. Dr. Mamta Chimalgi, Professor and HOD, Department of Anatomy, Sri Gokulam Medical College and Research Foundation. I would like to invite Dr. Meera ma'am to hand over the mementos to the judges of e-poster competition. Dr. Somya Haridas, Associate Professor, Department of Anatomy, Government Medical College, Wayanad. Dr. Lola Das, Professor and Head of Department of Anatomy, Amla Medical College, Thrissur. Dr. Geeta K.N., a former professor and HOD, currently working as Professor of Department of Anatomy, MGM Medical College, Mumbai.
Results of e-paper. Best paper presentation, faculty category, Dr. Anju Paul from Wayanad Medical College. Dr. Shivashri. Next, best paper, e-paper presentations, PG category, Dr. Swati V from Caricat Medical College. Swati. This is the Sarah Mam Joseph Memorial Award. Best Poster Presentations Award, PG category, goes to Dr. Arathi S. of Kottayam Medical College. Arathi, Kottayam Medical.
Second best. We have decided to give a small token of appreciation to PGs as well as faculties who have come in second position. Okay. So, second best paper goes to Dr. Rohita Salam of MES Medical College, Perindalmanna. For PGs, second best paper goes to Dr. Arathi S, GMC Kottayam. Very good. Please come. Meera. Meera, please give the prize. And second best e-poster goes to Dr. Revati Raju, GMC Trivandrum. And we have decided to give one consolation prize to Dr. Heavens Joss. Heavens, please come. Vannitilla. For the rarity of the case and the best, very good method of presentation. So you are from Kottayam. Dr. Janish Joy, Dr. Janish, or anybody from Kottayam. Ida Arathi. Ba Meera varu. Meera, please give. Ida Arathi. Certificate unda. Okay. So undergraduate students and our speakers, please go and have lunch. The staff and students of anatomy department, please remain in the hall for general body meeting. Only 15 minutes will be taken for the same. We have to decide the venue of the next ASI chapter meeting. That's all. Please wait here. Anatomy faculty and anatomy PGs, please remain in the hall. Thank you, sir.